Welcome, my gentle and, of course, very modern apes, to another episode of SkepTalk. I am your gentle and, of course, very modern host, Erika, or Gutsy Gibbon, and I'm here with Eric. Eric, how you doing?
Hey, Erika. I am doing really great. I think this is our first time ever hosting together, and yeah, I'm super excited. I've been watching your channel for a few years now, and I like your stuff, and yeah, just looking forward to this. It's going to be fun.
Oh, I've got my fingers crossed that we're going to get some creationists calling in today, but, you know, it really is, it's a dice roll every time, and I don't know how you feel about this, but for me, whenever I'm hosting, when it rains, it pours. It's like if we get one creationist caller, we get 1,000. If we get one person calling about ghosts, we get 1,000. If we get one person talking about, NDEs, we get 1,000 of them. So I'm always wondering what today's theme is going to be when I'm hosting SkepTalk. But given we've never hosted together, I want to know, like, what's your favorite topic? When you're on SkepTalk, what's your favorite call to get?
Oh, man. Yeah, I like just about anything on general sciences, but I think particularly, I mean, talking about evolution, like Christians and other religious folks, they tend to in general, not absolutely, but they tend to set up this false dichotomy of evolution versus creationism, as if they're both mutually exclusive and those are the only two options. And they put themselves into this mindset of, oh, if I attack evolution, I can win the day for creationism. And it's like, no, that's not the case. You could defeat evolution absolutely on this show, like completely destroy it out of the water, upend 150, 200 years of scientific research. You could potentially do that and still not give us an ounce of evidence for your God. So that's kind of the conversations that I like to tend towards, and that's why I'm excited to be here with you, because you're an expert on this. You're expert on the archaeology, or the archaeology, the bone work. I'm forgetting the word for it. The bone work, the genetics, the science behind it. That's the kind of stuff that I like. And yeah, so that's kind of like what I go towards. I'm a boring computer science major, so I just program computers. So it doesn't really come up too much in conversations. I had it a couple times, but for the most part, yeah, I like the science behind where we came from and why we are the way we are today, and why there's like such diverse life on the planet. And so that's what I like. Yeah.
So we're peas in a pod then. So first of all, I have an immense amount of respect for computer scientists. My husband did computer science, and so, you know, when he tells me what he's up to, that shit goes right over my head. So I have an immense amount of respect for people who work with computers. And I think that there is, I think in any topic with science, there's going to be an immense amount of overlap with all the topics, especially when it comes to like the way you think, right? The way that you problem solve and critically work your way through issues and questions. So I think absolutely it's relevant. But that means, like, we're peas of pod here. Like, we need questions. We need callers to call in and talk to us a little bit about, like, why they doubt evolution, or for that matter, the ancient age of the Earth, or why you think that perhaps intelligent design is like a viable, I'll use quotations here to piss people off, but like alternative hypothesis to evolutionary theory, why you think it should be taught in schools, this, that, the other thing. We want all those types of calls. But that being said, as much as I want creationists to call, and as much as given I am in charge, I have the almighty button control in my simian hands tonight, I'm going to be giving priority to those creationist callers. But that being said, we want to get to absolutely everybody we can. So if you're out there, you're thinking to yourself, I've got this big questions about evolutionary theory or science in general, or you're a creationist, or you believe in Bigfoot or the Loch Ness Monster or aliens or any of that kind of stuff, please call in, because we want to talk to you about it. More than anything, that's why we do this, because we enjoy these kinds of conversations. I don't know, do you have any? Oh, wait, I'm supposed to say what date it is. It is May 26, 2025. Oh, I think I was supposed to start with that. Jimmy's going to be mad, but that's okay. He'll get over it.
It's okay.
He'll get over it. He'll be fine. Well, you got anything else before we get started, or do we just want to jump into it?
No, not really. I just been watching a lot of the general news along the lines of things like we've seen a lot of recent breakthroughs in like fusion energy, which is kind of really cool. Kind of going off little tangents here, nothing too deep, but like, fusion energy is such a really neat thing. We're seeing records being broken with that every day. It still might be a technology that's like 50 years away from being commercially viable, but it's neat. It's neat seeing such accomplishments. I think just recently we had like something like a 22-minute prolonged reaction that was held in a lab or in a reactor, which is very promising, because if we can like crack the egg of fusion energy, we're basically solving our energy problem on the planet, like permanently. That's really cool. Advances in AI is really neat. Seeing what science is doing with that. I was on the show with Forrest several weeks ago, and Veritasium just put out an episode on how AI basically is sequencing proteins, and how it's done so many protein sequences in just a year, completely like destroying the human effort over the last 50 years in a single year, like by multiple times. So yeah, just such cool stuff, how science is really enhancing our existence, enhancing our lives, and really in more ways than one saving our lives and keeping us here. So yeah, that's why I'm huge into science. I love it. Like, I'm just a layman, but I love reading about it. I love supporting it, and I think it's one of our greatest accomplishments as a species, and it shows. It works. We're here talking to each other. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a reason it's so ubiquitously interesting, right? Like, people everywhere, we want to know how the world around us works. We want to suss it out. We're naturally a curious species, and so I think that's why it's appealing everywhere, and to some degree, I think, in almost everyone, right? So that's what makes a show like SkepTalk fun, and a fun opportunity, because we get to talk about this kind of stuff in general. But I mean, it's such a great resource to bring different science communicators and people who want to get this stuff out there. Because like I've talked about this to Forrest many times, but it's like, I rely on people like Veritasium to break down the latest stuff in like physics, or the various people that break down in like astronomy or in chemistry or whatever, because it's like, those aren't my fields. No one can be an expert in everything, and science is so specialized these days because we just have so much flippant information to comb through, that it's like, that this I take that job very seriously, I think, and I think that most science communicators out there do, to make sure that the latest stuff is accessible to everybody. And that includes stuff like this is news to me. I didn't know we'd made even more strides in nuclear fusion, right? But that's crazy. Yeah, I'm glad to hear it.
It's exciting
we really
stuff.
Need that.
And I think, and I could be completely way off base here. I'm probably getting out of my lane here, but I think we have as a species, I think almost any species, we have a drive to know as much of our environment and of our world as we can, because the more accurate knowledge of the world you have, the better chances you have at surviving in that world. If I have a misconception about some critical aspect of the world, that could potentially kill me. So I think just naturally, just kind of people who are not interested in these types of things have kind of been like just over the, not people, but creatures, in our genetic line, have been weeded out just simply by natural selection. If you don't care to have an accurate understanding of the world around you, you're going to have less chances of surviving in it. And I think what's left over now is we're a species who we are very curious. And I think we've gotten beyond knowing what's in that bush or what's in that water, and more into like, what is the fabric of reality? What is the universe made of? And it's so exciting, because we're seeing how these more basic fundamental survival drives that we've seen in our species has become what we have now in science. It is really just the same behavior, just on just a different level. And that's why it's so interesting, because the universe has so many secrets to unlock, and every time we discover something new, we're like, wow, that's amazing. Okay, now on to the next one. It's like a never-ending process, and I love it. It's great. Science is awesome.
There's nothing like seeing a new headline or seeing somebody like break down an experiment for you, and it finally clicks, and you're like, man, that's just cool. Like, I love that moment where you're like, I didn't even know, like, how did someone come up with some of this stuff, man? Like, I saw, I think it was just a short video on Instagram the other day, but someone was trying to figure out whether or not, I think the genus is Portia, the jumping spiders, whether or not, like, how their visual acuity was, right? And so they had to come up with this way to track, because, like, these guys don't have pupils, right? And they don't have visible sclera, so it's very difficult to tell when they're tracking, like, what they're actually tracking when they look at you. And most people have had an experience with a jumping spider where it's like you lean down and they'll kind of regard you, like they'll kind of tilt their head, or like, look up at you, for lack of a better term. So, what the researchers were trying to figure out is like, okay, like, what are they actually seeing? What are they actually tracking? Is it just light? Is it simple light and dark? Like, how good are their eyes really? And in order to like control, to make a long story short, in order to account for as many variables as possible, they had the spider they attached a tiny magnet onto the top of the spider's head, and then put a trackable ball underneath them that they then held onto with their little legs, so that they can, as they moved around, they could chart with incredible efficiency, like where they were actually trying to direct their attention.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, whose idea was this to put little magnets on little spiders' heads? And then my immediate next thought, and I said this to my husband, I was like, man, I hope they know how to get those magnets off. Because like, I hope these spiders don't just have to live with these magnets on their little heads forever. That's so sad.
Imagine being that scientist. You're up at night, you're trying to go to sleep, you're laying there in bed and going, how do I do this? Oh, wait, maybe little magnets and balls attached to the spider. Oh, okay. Yeah. And then you see like an idea develop into something that actually happens. Yeah, it's amazing. Just those little moments of inspiration. Like, yeah.
That's exactly it. And it's like, that's why it kind of irritates me. I mean, to make we could get into this, but there's a lot to it. Like there is, objectively speaking, like a war on science as far as the war on the scientific institution goes, and academia in general goes here in the United States right now. I mean, more than we've, at least as far as I know, more than we've ever seen in the history of this country, as far as slashing grants, slashing general funding, slashing, what type of grants are even being considered through the NSF or the NIH. Like the situation is very dire. And I could get on my soapbox about that for quite a long time. But one thing that really irritates me is when, in order to justify this kind of behavior, people will be like, yeah, but they're spending all this money on and then they'll give you the shrimp on treadmills, or they'll tell you that, they're messing with the hormones of rhesus macaques or whatever, in order to piss you off, because they're like, oh, how dare they spend tax dollars on, and, to apply to what we were just talking about, like to put magnets on a spider's head. But then it turns out it's like, a whole lot of these experiments end up having surprising and far-reaching impacts and benefits to humans as a whole. I mean, the example that I usually give is like the breakthrough with like Ozempic, like those types of medications, right? Yeah. Which we don't even know the limits of the utility of some of those. And I'm not a medical doctor, or pharmacologist or anything like that, so who's to say? But it's like they figured that out by like researching lizard venom, like squamate venom. Yep. It's like you never know where this stuff is going to end up, and that's why it's so important to have everything on the table. Yeah,
like what tertiary discovery, like what this discovery might lead to, completely unexpected. Yeah, and that's happened so many times. I mean, it's not like penicillin. I think penicillin was a complete accident. Yeah. Discovering, hey, this particular material just inhibits the growth of bacteria or even kills it. It's and that's the thing too. Like you mentioned, how in this country, we seem to have a war against education, and it's like a multifaceted thing, and it is really sad because I think that an educated population is a healthier, more thriving population, and one that discourages education. Certain individuals in the past on certain political parties have said, education, college is elitist. I think what was it? Rick Santorum made a response to Obama saying that, hey, I think everybody should at least go to like a couple years of technical school or something, like get some higher education. Santorum called Obama a snob for daring to suggest that, hey, maybe we should all get a little more educated. And it's really sad because you can assume the motivations behind it. Like a dumber population is easier to control. You want a colony of worker bees rather than a colony of free-thinking lieutenants. You can see the maybe imagine some of the reasons behind this, but ultimately it hurts all of us when we're less educated. We are more dangerous to each other. We are less able to survive effectively in the world. And you mentioned like how we have colleges. Right now there's a big attack on Harvard University with international students threatening to take away funding and such, just because there's some political agenda that they aren't stepping in line with. We see things with like the obscene tuition costs here in the United States. How you basically have to get yourself into colossal debt just to give yourself an education, just to improve yourself. And I liken it to the previous generation cannibalizing its young. They're enriching themselves by doing this, enriching themselves by putting their young into debt just because they want to be better educated. And I don't see how this is a system that could last longer than a generation or two, because eventually, we're going to have a situation where just nobody's going to want to get educated, and now we're going to have a much worse society for it. So I think it's really important, and that's why I'm glad we have shows like this, and we have the internet in general, where okay, if you don't have the means to go to university or to a college because it's just prohibitively expensive, you can at least get online and watch some great scientific educational content. We mentioned earlier, like Veritasium, you have PBS Space Time, which is a favorite of mine. Lots of other smaller content creators who are legitimately trying to get science education out there. We have Forrest Valkai, we have Professor Dave, and others that we're very familiar with. And yeah, it's a sad situation because I don't see how a country that doesn't value education can thrive. We see how other countries are doing when it comes to that, like Scandinavian countries and countries in Europe where, education is much more freely available. We see how the quality of life is better there. The happiness is better there. So yeah, it's definitely, we have a lot of room for improvement. We really need to correct the boat, correct the ship here in this country.
It's so bad and so scary. And like what I'm bringing up too is like, even like let's set all of that aside, right? Like set the objective benefit of a more educated populace aside. Set aside the innovation part of things where it's like, you're bringing more things to the forefront in your nation as opposed to every other nation, right? It's like, I mean, what we're looking at, and I'm in the throes of this right now, being I'm a fourth year doctoral candidate. And so it's like, I've had my grants, right, like get rejected, right? Like I've had people who I know have their grants rescinded. I've had people that I know, not bother to refresh grants for things as important as cancer research because they know that the NSF and the NIH, at least in the case of the NSF, is looking at a 55% budget cut if they approve the budget at the end of the summer, right? So, I mean, we're talking about going from about $9 billion down to like significantly approximately 3, right? Like 3.5, I think it's something like that. It's a really dire, bad situation. And this has like actual consequences on more than just an educated populace and like quality of life here in the United States. There's security concerns. There's concerns economically because it's like, the country that's already got us beat on this, and it's been neck and neck for a long time, is China. And they're just going to keep getting better and better and better. They're already doing a lot of headhunting for scholars here in the United States, them and a lot of Europe and many other nations that are basically saying, look, if the United States isn't going to treat their scholars well, then they can just come here. Mm-hmm. They can picture it here, and then we'll treat them better, and then we'll reap the benefits.
I think we've already seen that a bit too, that type of brain drain in the country where just like, people are going to greener pastures. A really well-qualified, useful, like productive scientists are saying, well, if we're not being treated right here, I'm going to go to a different country, probably get some free healthcare while I'm there, and I'll do my 100%. Scientific advancements over there. It's like, it's spooky. It's horrible. Yeah, it's really, really bad. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we're not in a good situation. Please call your representatives, tell them not to support the congressional spending bill, right? That's going to be decided on at the end of the summer. It's super, super important. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, but the brain drain's already in effect. I was told by more than one senior scholar at the American Association of Biological Anthropologists this year that if you're a young early career scholar, to get the hell out of the nation. That's what they were saying, is that if things are going to go the way that they are, you really need to be looking, like you got to think about yourself a little bit on this too. And I don't want that to happen. So like, let's stop it from happening. But that's big lofty things. Here on SkepTalk, we do like groundwork on this, right? Like we talk to people who are skeptical about science, and we try to talk about, why you should trust science. And we, express our skepticism on things that other people are saying. And so I think it's time to get into that. Are you looking at the call screen? Is there anything sort of popping out at you as one that you want to take?
Hey, you know what? I say we can just go at it in order of wait time, unless we want to prioritize theists, because I know that's more entertaining. Let's maybe do this. Let's take a theist, and then we'll take a non-theist after that, whoever's waited the longest. I think maybe that'd be the best way to do it. But, yeah.
All right. We're going to start. Oh, man. There's just people know what I like to talk about. We got Steve, pronouns he, him. And Steve is from Texas. He's calling about 3 things, really, that I love. He wants to talk a little bit about genetic entropy. He wants to talk about the flood, and I assume he's talking about the global Noachian deluge. And he wants to talk about young Earth creationism. Stevie, my mistake. Tell me a little bit more about your perspective. Let's get into this.
Hey, Erika. Hey, Eric. How are y'all doing?
we are doing okay, but hey, Stevie, if you're coming a little bit staticky, if you could maybe just like back off the mic just a tiny bit just to make sure that we can hear you as clearly as possible.
Okay, is that any better?
That's much better.
Much better.
Perfect. Yeah, so Erika, I know that we spoke about a week ago, and
Yeah.
we've talked about, if I remember correctly, it was about molecular machines. And we didn't get to finish our conversation, so I figured I'd call back. And I remember from our conversation that you had mentioned genetic entropy, and you said that you felt there was little to no evidence for it, I believe is what you said. And that kind of perked my ears up. So I kind of wanted to ask you if you could explain that and like, what's your definition for that?
Yeah, of course. This is one of my favorite topics, right? So for those of you out there who might not know, Stevie and I chatted. We were talking with Dr. Adair as well last week here on SkepTalk, and I was like, call back next time I'm on, because it wasn't until the end of the call that I realized Stevie was a young Earth creationist, and I love that topic. I love to talk to young Earth creationists. So I was like, call back. Here Stevie is. So I'm happy to have this conversation. So genetic entropy is an idea that was formulated, well, it wasn't formulated, it was co-opted by young Earth creationists, specifically by John Sanford, who wrote the book Genetic Entropy and the Mystery of the Cell. And he basically took this idea of a conventional biological concept called error catastrophe, and he put a young Earth creationist spin on it. And the idea is that, assuming that the Earth is about 6,000 years old, genomes are degrading. They're getting worse. They're getting more convoluted. They're getting less functional over time. And, you know, I'm using their terminology there. I don't feel that young Earth creationists or creationists generally have a proper definition for what they consider to be genetic information, what they consider to count as genetic entropy, and what they consider like an increase versus a decrease. Like, I don't think any of that is actually defined. But Sanford appeals to this by looking at a couple of different specific examples that he proposes in Genetic Entropy and the Mystery of the Cell, which was written, gosh, many, many years ago, about a decade ago, if memory serves now. And the reason why I say genetic entropy is not supported is, one, because a close friend of mine, Dr. Dan Stern-Cardinal of Rutgers, he's got a channel here on YouTube called Creation Myths. He wrote his actual doctoral dissertation work on error catastrophe and viruses. There's no like empirical support that genetic entropy is something that is happening when we look at some of the fastest reproducing organisms on the planet, which are, you know, single cellular organisms, and viruses, which, you know, whether those are alive or not is you know, subject to debate, but they reproduce quite quickly. You know, Dan found absolutely no support for that, and the scientific community at large has found no support for that. And the case in point to support that is that John Sanford and other young Earth creationists have talked about how genetic entropy just doesn't seem to apply or work when you look at bacteria, which is a really, really interesting thing for a young Earth creationist to say. It's almost as if they were like, okay, if we see genetic entropy, we should look in the place where it should be most obvious, which should be quickly reproducing organisms like E. coli. And then when we look at them, we don't see genetic entropy. And so they're like, well, you know, those don't count. That's why I would propose empirically genetic entropy as they outline it is not supported. But the far greater issue with genetic entropy is a really, really simple one. It requires redefining fitness, which is a basic evolutionary concept that if you redefine fitness, you're also redefining evolution. And the way that they redefine fitness is in sort of an ultimate way. They don't appreciate the nature of a fitness landscape, and they really don't, and this is an issue I've seen with John Sanford many times before, they don't understand that fitness, what is fit, is context specific, right? So there are mutations that are beneficial in some contexts and detrimental in others, right? Which means there is no ultimate fitness, which means that if you're redefining fitness to be ultimate, you're no longer talking about evolution. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I think I have heard you kind of speak about that before, and there was a couple. I mean, you went over a lot of topics, so if it's okay with you, maybe we can just go one at a time. Is that
Sure.
good with you, or you want to stick to one specific?
Perfect.
Okay, great. So yeah, from my understanding, the way that this, just for your audience, is obviously every generation, I'm sure you know, there's 60 to 100 new mutations that kind of enter the gene pool or whatever. Majority of those are neutral or near neutral. And so John Sanford, through his research, said that, you know, a lot of those mutations are removed through natural selection. A lot of those are moved through, you know, repair processes through the body. But he found, and this is supported by other experiments as well, but he found that even with those factors, there's still a net gain of mutation load. Now, you said that Sanford is a creationist. The problem is I looked into it, and there's two other studies of non-creationists. It's I believe these are molecular biologists that are not creationists in any way, and they also support the claim that there is a net buildup of mutation load. Do you disagree with that? Would you like me to give you those studies?
I want to ask you a question before you tell me what the studies are. Is Kimura the author of one of those?
No.
Okay, then yes, I want to hear who they are.
Okay, so one of them is by Michael Lynch. I believe it's titled Rate, Molecular Spectrum and Consequences of Human Mutation. That was in 2010. And then there's another one. You got to forgive me because his last name is kind of strange. It's Alexei Kondrashov, and the title is Contamination of Genome by Deleterious Mutations, 1995. So there's three right there. So I really struggle to say that there's no evidence for this.
Right. So there are a couple of issues here. So one, actually, that friend that I talked to you about earlier, Dancer and Carnell of Rutgers, he and a population geneticist friend of mine, Zach Hancock, who also has a YouTube channel, have actually written and published work mathematically disproving, right, Lynch's support. I believe it was Lynch's, but it was definitely Sanford and their Sanford's original piece that referenced Lynch's work as well. So it sort of folds Lynch in there. I would assume, although I need to check, that they would include that 95 paper as well, especially since it's older than both Sanford's work and Lynch's work. But like mathematically, this doesn't square, right? And part of the reason is because it's a very simple conceptual error where if mutations build up, right, the whole concept of genetic entropy relies on the idea that these near neutral mutations build up over time. And then once an organism has accumulated too many of them that are nearly neutral, right? So like sort of like grains of sand starting to tip the scale actually tips and it causes the genetic entropy error catastrophe in a population, right? That's the idea behind what genetic entropy is. The problem is the second a mutation causes any type of detrimental fitness effect to an organism, it will be selected against. So Sanford's entire idea is that these mutations they're not able to be detected by natural selection and thus weeded out of the population so that they can accumulate and cause negative impacts on organisms and the populations that they're within. But that is not what happens when we look at every single population of organisms, right? The second that something causes a detriment to an organism as far as its ability to reproduce, it's selected against, full stop. Right? That's why Kimura, who I thought you were going to mention, because Kimura gets referenced by Sanford and by Lynch all the time in his neutral theory in the 1980s, I think. I think it's 1980s, might be 1990s. Kimura specifically structured his experiments, which Sanford uses to support him, like to remove the impacts of selection on beneficial mutations, right? Because that's what neutral theory is. It's the idea of how do things fluctuate without selection at play. But the second selection is available again, these near neutral mutations, they don't accumulate. They simply don't. Like the data don't bear that out. I don't really have anything else to add other than that. It's just there's not support for it. You have to change the definition of what fitness is, and you have to change the definition of what selection is in order to make it work.
So yeah, let's tackle that. So you talked about the definition of fitness. So I don't believe the definition is actually being changed. It's actually just being challenged. So fitness and mutation load are related, but they measure two different things. So fitness is basically a snapshot of how survival is now, while mutation load is what of course we're calling genetic entropy. I understand there's a difference in the definition there, but a population can seem fit today while still quietly accumulating genetic damage, which I believe is what we see in these studies. Do you disagree with that?
The problem is, Stevie, that's not what we're seeing, right? Like that's not what happens in these populations. Again, like the studies that you're referencing, that's not what's happening in them. That's not what we see happening in populations now currently when we look at them. It's not what we see happening in bacteria. It's not what we see happening in large mammals or in quickly reproducing small mammals. We don't see this in anything. And a major problem for this isn't, like you mentioned, that fitness is a snapshot of the present. Fitness is a snapshot of the present, but it means the same thing no matter what. Like the definition of fitness is the same everywhere. It's how many offspring do you leave behind, right? Especially as compared to other members of your population. So mutational load impacts fitness either positively or negatively, and in the context of genetic entropy, it's only negatively. It reduces an organism's ability to reproduce. It's deleterious, right? Organisms can't reproduce as much as their peers, and so the organisms that have higher mutational loads get selected against. Like, period, full stop. There is no way for these mutations to build up quietly in the background to the degree that they suddenly and overwhelmingly impact fitness and wipe a population out. That's never been observed. And again, it can't happen because the moment that it's detectable by selection, detectable, I'm anthropomorphizing it a little bit here, those individuals get selected out of the population.
So, let's talk about that, because in my research, what I found was that most mutations they don't suddenly become neutral one day and then bad the next. They're usually near neutral or slightly harmful the whole time. And because they're not harmful to a point that they're detected, that's how they begin to get passed on. You mentioned that we don't see evidence of this with molecular organisms, but I found 3 studies that disagree with you that say we do find that in those studies. I can give them to you if you like.
The ones that you already mentioned?
No, I'm talking about for molecular organisms.
Sure, yeah, cite them. I would love to see them.
One called, we have one called Mutation Accumulation Experiment that's on E. coli.
And who's it by?
I wrote down here, study found. I didn't write down I'm not sure. I didn't write down the doctor on that one. I'm sorry.
Okay. Just tell me the title one more time, and I want to find out who it's by real quick.
Sure. Mutation Accumulation Experiment, having to do with E. coli. This is what the study found while you're doing that. Study found that the accumulation of deleterious mutations and a decline in overall fitness is what it found. You let me know when you're ready for the second citation.
Do you have a date on this? Hello?
Yeah.
Stevie, you there? You got a date on this?
I don't have a date. I'm sorry. I didn't write that down. I do for the next citation, but I didn't write down that one. I apologize.
The reason I ask is because the first thing that comes up is mutation accumulation under UV radiation in E. coli, which it's like, yes, if you expose organisms to radiation, mutagenesis is going to occur. They're going to have more mutations, and mutations tend to be neutral, but they can also be deleterious and they can also be beneficial. So this is something that's been known like since the 1920s. Organisms that experience heavy loads of deleterious mutations are selected against within a population. That's not genetic entropy. Like, definitionally speaking, it isn't genetic entropy. Not by their definition, not by conventional definitions. Now, I don't see anything else that's popping up here that is anything similar to the title that you just gave me, except for that. And that's not an example of genetic entropy or mutation accumulation in the sense of genetic entropy, which critically requires that mutations accumulate slowly in the background, undetected by natural selection, before suddenly overwhelming an organism. And that's not what happened in this experiment. You can read it right in the abstract.
Well, like I said, I didn't write down who it was for, so that's my bad. But there was another one, and I think you will know this one. This is Richard Linsky, 1988 long-term evolution experiment having to do with E. coli. I think he's observed like 70,000 generations. He found the same thing. And then I have another one having to do with picoalgae as well.
So that's a big problem though, Stevie, because that is absolutely not what Richard Linsky observed, right? From a conventional standpoint, the long-term evolution experiment saw the evolution of advantageous characteristics in these lineages, in these 12 lineages of E. coli, right? I mean, that's something that is appreciated by the entire scientific community in biology. The only people who try to spin that are creationists. Now, I'm struggling to understand how you could take anything from Linsky's lab and put it into a genetic entropy context. Because usually when creationists bring up the Linsky experiments, they're bringing it up to say it's not really evolution because the equipment for metabolizing citrate or whatever was there prior. That's usually what they go for. But there's nothing to do with Linsky that I remember off the top of my head, at least, that has anything to do with genetic entropy. Linsky and genetic entropy being together.
Yeah, the only quote I wrote down, because again, I did all this over the week or so, I don't have it at my disposal beyond what I wrote. But it says, I did write down a quote. It says, even in populations that evolved hypermutability and accumulated large numbers of mutations, fitness continued to increase, albeit more slowly, suggesting that the deleterious mutation load did not prevent ongoing adaptation.
Right,
that's the only thing I wrote down.
That sentence debunks you, though, Stevie. Fitness continued to increase,
Also,
right? If fitness increases,
that's what I mean. They're separate,
right? But they're not, is what I'm saying. Like, definitionally speaking, this is why I say the genetic entropy people have to change the definition of what fitness is. In the context of evolutionary biology, a mutation can be, can seem on the face of it as bad as possible. But if it increases the fitness of the individual, it is a beneficial mutation, right? That is the definition, basic bare bones, when we're talking about evolutionary mechanisms and population adaptation over time. Or genetic entropy tries to put this on its head and say that any type of mutation can be, it doesn't matter how it impacts the fitness, it is objectively this or it is objectively that, and that's how they end up, supporting their idea of genetic entropy by having this ultimate idea of fitness. They'll talk about aspects of like, okay, it would be deleterious for an organism to experience a mutation to lose a tail or something along those lines. But we know that isn't always detrimental. Same thing with like, okay, an organism is born with fur that's thinner than its comrades. But if the climate is changing to grow warmer, that's actually a beneficial mutation, even if it involves the deletion of a gene. And this is the fundamental issue with genetic entropy, is that the thing that it's fighting with isn't evolution. It's strawmanned the entire concept.
I mean, I get what you're saying, and that makes more sense now the way that you laid it out right there. But answer me this question, I guess: can an organism build up near neutral mutations, but still increase in fitness? Can't the two things be true?
Yes, an organism can build up mutations, and this is just permanent changes to the genome. Right, that's the population or the organism is evolving over time. But if it's increasing its fitness, by definition, it's not deleterious in the sense that genetic entropy wants it to be. Because evolution only deals with fitness in the context of increasing reproductive success. So if an organism is building up all of these mutations, but they're helping it survive, there's not going to be a moment in the future where all of those mutations turn on or something and then kill the organism and cause air catastrophe in the population. Right? If it's beneficial to the organism in this given environment, and it's increasing the fitness in that given environment, it's going to be selected for, not against. And they're not going to build up in such a way that they're going to destroy the organism. That just doesn't happen.
I mean, my understanding is it's kind of like a boat. If there's a small leak in the boat, so small you don't detect it, but the water continues to build over time. So yes, it may have fitness now, but in the future it may not. Let me throw a scenario at you and tell me what you think.
What you said is perfect, though. You're right. What's beneficial in the present now may not be beneficial in the future, but the second it's not beneficial in the future, it is selected against, and it's culled from the population. Right? That's how selection works.
So let me ask you this. This is the scenario I was going to throw at you. Let's just say there was a catastrophic event and there was only 2 people on Earth that had to repopulate the planet. What would that do to the genome?
It would drastically increase. Obviously, it would be catastrophic for the gene pool, and it would decrease the genetic diversity of that organism, of that species, not organism, of that species, to very, very low, beyond viable means, depending on what species we're talking about here. Especially because as they reproduce, assuming they're mammals, they're only giving half their genes to their offspring anyway. So you're actually cutting the diversity down as they reproduce.
Yeah, so that's what I'm proposing. So if you look at the Adam and Eve story, you start with 2 people, perfect genomes. Those 2 people are going to there's going to be a devastating turn in their genome. And then by the time you get to the flood, the situation happens again with 8 people, which would still be devastating for the genome. And I feel like the evidence is supported by this. I mean, I know we do have genomes for Neanderthals. I mean, they do show a lot of inbreeding bottlenecking. Most of them do anyways. You agree with that, right?
Yeah, so the most recent Neanderthals from like 40,000 years ago have a lot of homozygosity in them. They're pretty inbred. But as you move backwards in time, they get less and less inbred, right? But that's not what you see in every population, and that's not what you see in every species that we have ancient DNA for. In fact, they're kind of an outlier. You know, like we've sequenced DNA from mammoths and I don't know if we've sequenced mastodon DNA. I know we've sequenced the mammoth DNA though. And we can tell the difference between a super inbred, super homozygous population like the last surviving mammoths on Wrangel Island versus regular run-of-the-mill mammoths that don't have a hyper inbred genome. Now, if genetic entropy is at play, then long-lived mammals should look at least similar in their genetic entropy, mutation loads or whatever. But they aren't, and they don't. Right? And then there's the problem of like, how do you actually define a genome that is more entropic or whatever than another genome? We see an increase, quote unquote, increase in the genetic information in organisms today. Whether you're calculating that as the emergence of de novo functional new genes, right? Or whether we're defining an increase in genetic information as an increase in the size of the genome, right? Like there are plenty of organisms that regularly just duplicate their genome, the whole thing. It's wild. You could talk about like the overall size, like that would be an increase in genetic information there. So the creationists have their work cut out for them in the sense that they need to define what genetic entropy is in the context of the actual way that evolution is proposed to work. Because no one is arguing with no one is arguing for the version of evolution that they're fighting with and saying that genetic entropy, is a better hypothesis than that kind of evolution does not exist. There's no such thing as ultimate fitness. 2, they need to show that genetic entropy is at play in like a consistent and standardized way, right? And 3, they need to like form all that into a singular model that has a mechanistic that is mechanistically viable, right? That has a mechanism for it that explains what is actually going on. Like, how is it that selection is missing these deleterious mutations that impact the fitness of an individual, and then all of a sudden it becomes overwhelming. So they have their work cut out for them. And the genetic entropy stuff is not my forte because I'm not a geneticist, but I know enough about it to know that it's like they're shadowboxing with a different definition of fitness.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. Like I said, from the research that I did, there were non-creationist studies done, and I understand you disagree with them, but I mean, there were 3 studies done. It seems like is this a topic that you would say is debated? I guess.
No,
I mean, there has to be some sort of debate on this.
It's not, and I'll not to like ground pound you here, but like the study that you gave me the name for, I pulled it up. Right? Like I read you the title of it. It was from 2017 by Shibai et al. It's titled Mutation Accumulation in E. coli. That's the title that you gave me, but the title that it is Mutation Accumulation under UV Radiation in E. coli, right? And it talks about the accumulation of mutations in E. coli due to exposure to UV radiation. Again, this is a concept that we have understood since they were blasting fruit flies with radiation in the 1920s. That's nothing new. If you expose critters to radiation, right, they're gonna experience mutagenesis at a higher rate. But selection is still at play in these organisms. If mutations become too much for organisms that they impact fitness in any shape, form, or fashion, they will be selected against. But if they don't impact fitness, it's all good. That's why most mutations are neutral and don't impact the fitness of an individual. So the only paper that we looked up of the papers that you had from secular sources is not relevant to genetic entropy. Because it's not talking about mutational load in the sense that people who like Stanford and colleagues would pitch it. In fact, let's see.
But that was
you can't even.
You're referring to the one about molecular.
Yeah, you can't even.
You're referring to the molecular one. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Mutation load here. I was just going to say, you can't even control F mutation load here. It's not present in the paper. I mean, you can say that you had ones about like molecular, like you were talking about like single cellular organisms here, but what I'm going off of is we looked up one paper and it had nothing to do with what you were talking about.
Well, like I said, I'm not sure if that was the one that we couldn't find the person in charge of it, but I know there were 3 that I gave you that had to do with human genome, and one of them was a scientist, Alexei Kondrashov, and I had wrote down that he in his paper I quoted him as saying, "Why aren't we dead 100 times over?" That's literally what he wrote in his paper, based on what he saw. Now I understand there's a disagreement on an apparent disagreement on definitions, but that's what he wrote.
Right.
But
he's talking
about
mutational load. Yeah, he's talking about mutational load with fitness, or not with fitness, excuse me, with selection not present. You see what I'm saying here? Like, we're talking about 2 different things. We're talking about the rate at which mutations happen and accumulate in the genome of a critter, and then we're talking about what happens next. Genetic entropy is saying that those mutations accumulate in the background, unbeknownst to selection, and then boom, eventually they take the organism and they take the population out, right? But that's not how selection works. It's not how it's ever been proposed to work by conventional science, literally as a mechanism of evolution. So it's not a disagreement about definitions. There's only ever been one definition for fitness. There's only ever been one definition for what natural selection is and how it works at this basic level. And genetic entropy is not working within the confines of those definitions. So it's not fighting with any real evolutionary concept. Because the moment that a mutation becomes deleterious to an organism in the sense that it impacts its fitness, it's gone. It's selected out of the population, right? So these things cannot accumulate like rust on a car or like a leak in a boat, because somebody's going to notice the leak and patch it. That's how selection is proposed to work, and we don't see any exceptions to that. And you're bringing up these examples of humans, but it's like I pulled up your E. coli example, and then I talked to you about the human examples. Human examples, whether we're talking about like Sanford or Kimura or anything, right? This selection is what purges these populations of these deleterious mutations. So what somebody from a genetic entropy standpoint needs to do, I mean, it's super simple. Just watch a population of bacteria. You should be able to observe error catastrophe, which is the conventional term for it, or genetic entropy. It should happen. But we don't see that. And the fact that you brought up the Lenski experiment, which shows the exact opposite of genetic entropy, and it has been, it's tens of thousands of generations of E. coli over the years. This is why Sanford, the guy who invented genetic entropy, says that it doesn't apply to bacteria. Because this is the guy who invented it. The young Earth creationist who invented the gene gun and genetic entropy looks at bacteria and he says, we know it doesn't work on bacteria. It's not, for whatever reason, it's not happening to them. Because these Lenski long-term evolution experiment E. coli are just moving and shaking, just like they did in the 1980s.
Well, he can't have invented it because there was another study done before him in like 1995. I don't know how that could possibly be true, but
right. But
let me
that's
ask
the
you this:
concept of that's error catastrophe versus genetic entropy as proposed by Sanford, couched within a young Earth creationist context.
Let me ask you this: can a buildup of near neutral mutations just cause health issues that doesn't really affect fitness, like cause a shorter lifespan, or like, in other words, not necessarily take the organism out, but damage the genome in some way? Can it damage the genome without actually affecting fitness or killing?
There's your issue again, though, Stevie, is that if it damages the organism in the sense that it shortens its lifespan, or makes it not be able to move as effectively, or ruins its ability to synthesize vitamin D, or any of those things, that is impacting its fitness, right? Like what you're describing is impacts on fitness. If the organism is in any shape, form, or fashion less able to reproduce than the others within its population, even if let's say they're born with their pinky toe out to the side and they're living on a savanna and, back in like 2 million years ago, that's going to impact their fitness because they're not going to be able to run as well, and they're going to be more likely to be eaten by a lion. So therefore, that mutation impacts the fitness of the individual. So it's very, very difficult to propose that you can have a buildup of these near neutral mutations that are harmful to an organism but don't impact its fitness.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair statement. Let me ask you this: if the population is low, what would that do to a buildup of mutation? What would be the result? Because I know for most of human history, according to your view, we're talking very small populations spread out. So what would a mutation do in that community?
Generally speaking, according to basic mechanisms of evolution, smaller populations, genetic drift is greater at play, for lack of a better term, in smaller populations. But that has nothing to do with genetic entropy, right? Like it's going to work the same way mechanistically in a small population as it does in a large one, where if an individual is born with a mutation that in any way impacts its fitness, it is going to be selected against within that population. How strong and how fast that selection against that individual and against that gene or mutation or whatever is going to depend on how negative it is. Because, like, let's say, let's say you have a population of 10 grasshoppers. If you have a grasshopper that's born bright white, it's probably not going to make it a single generation because it's going to be immediately eaten by a bird before it even reaches sexual maturity. But if the mutation is less immediately detrimental, it may take longer for that mutation to be filtered out of the population or sort of culled out of the population entirely.
Okay. Well, I think I'll do some further research on this. Like I said, I did find 3 studies. I don't know that we'll come to an agreement on this. I think also I need to do more study as well, so I can kind of come back a little bit, with a little bit more evidence, perhaps. But since we're on the topic of,
I want to give you a paper since you're going to be since I want you to call back on this because this is an important topic. The paper I want to recommend to you by 2 friends of mine, a population geneticist and an evolutionary biologist, is titled Back to the Fundamentals, a reply to Basner and Sanford 2018. It was published in April 3rd, 2024. It's by Zach Hancock and Dan Stern-Cardinal. And it is a mathematical debunk of genetic entropy as a concept published in the conventional literature. Specifically, it was published in the Journal of Mathematical Biology.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'll definitely read that and look into it because at the end of the day, Erika, I'm here for the truth. So if that is not the truth, I want to know. So I will do more research on that.
I love that. I love that about you, Stevie.
Now let me touch on a couple of things now since we're talking about population and some things I find kind of strange when we look back at the population of humans in the past. The first thing is do you find it convenient that written records appear suddenly in the 4,000 to 5,000 year mark, 4,000 to 5,000 years ago when humans were supposedly walking around for 300,000 years? Why do you think that is?
That's a really great question. Before I answer that, Eric, do you have anything you want to add to the genetic entropy convos that I just monopolized?
No, this is well out of my wheelhouse, so I'm just staying out of the way and learning. So, no, please continue.
Okay. All right. Well, please interrupt me because everybody around here knows that I tend to monologue. And that
Absolutely,
goes for you too, Stevie. If I monologue too much, you got to interrupt me. Yeah, I mean, I find it fascinating, but I don't find it any more support for, creationism or specifically Judaism or Christianity any more than I find that timing helpful to Hinduism, which, like the argument goes, that certain versions of Hinduism are even older than certain versions of sort of like the Pentateuch, right? So like the Hebrew Bible. Now, I'm going to add to that as far as I understand, historically speaking, the oldest written records aren't like that young, right? Like there's quite a bit of writing, like cuneiform. I think it's cuneiform that's older than what creationists would propose the age of the earth is, or at least communicate. Maybe not cuneiform, but like pictographs and things like that. Certainly that, right? Because Göbekli Tepe is something like 10 to 12,000 years old, and that's an entire complex, a temple complex, if you want to interpret it that way. So, I mean, I guess I would turn that on its head and say, do you not find it odd that? Well, I don't know that I would turn it that way actually, because I think that that doesn't really now the more I think about it, I don't even think that it's a very great point, because like you can point to the emergence of agriculture, which shows up before the emergence of writing, and you could say, don't you think it's coincidental that agriculture showed up, 12,000 years ago or whatever? Or don't you think it's coincidental that we domesticated dogs 40,000 years ago? Or don't you think it's coincidental that large brain case sizes in that globular shape show up 300,000 years ago? Why writing? Like, why? I think that statistically speaking, there's going to be something that emerges in full and ends up being semi-ubiquitous around the same time that young Earth creationists say the Earth started. But you could do the same thing with a lot of different technologies that have emerged in human history.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously we disagree on dating, but like, I mean, the fact that really nothing was written down until 4,000 or 5,000 years ago. Now, I know you said there's, I guess, pictures that were carved or whatever that you believe is before that, but either way, both really coincidentally kind of support a younger timeline, I believe. And then when you look at archaeology, kind of the same thing occurs. And the other thing is with languages. When we look at languages, we see that languages appear fully developed, complex, fully written. We don't really see any primitive languages that I'm aware of, and I'm sure through our history, languages actually break down. They don't get more complex. You can see that even with the human language, or the English language. We don't see them get more complex over time. So I find it odd that they were more complex, just a few thousand years ago when humans have been around for 300,000 years.
How do you define complexity in language then? Because I would argue the opposite.
Well, like most of the time is, the bigger words, more complex words. And as time goes on. Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, you could tell me if you have an example, but I believe.
Go ahead. Oh,
I was just going to say, if you have examples, I'd love to hear them. But my understanding is we use more complex words in the past than we have in the present. Now we're saying like, yo, what's up? We're not saying more complex, longer words.
So first of all, the introduction of slang complicates a language because now you have more words to learn that have more nuanced meanings. So I would say that argues the opposite direction. But also, those words are one particular pocket of the population using that. We have, in general, like when we have the advancement of science and we have the advancements of technologies, we have to invent words and invent new concepts and the words to describe those concepts as we get a better understanding of our planet and our and of science. So, like, if you were to go back in time and say, hey, let's talk about irony or let's talk about sarcasm or anything like that, they won't know what you're talking about because they didn't have those types of concepts. We do. Our language has enhanced and become more complex and more complicated in that regard. So no, I would say it's actually the opposite. As language progresses, it becomes more complex because vocabulary increases, concepts increases, slang gets introduced, multiple meanings to different words. We live in a time now where you can pick just about any word you want, and there's probably some type of innuendo hidden somewhere in there you can find. So no, I think you're completely off base there, and also like just as Erika was saying earlier, with what you're claiming is the emergence of fully complete languages all of a sudden, which I'm imagining you're probably pointing to the Tower of Babel and the Bible to explain that. Any religion, all religions have a series of claims about what happened in the past, and you can take any of those religions and any of those series of claims and line it up against real human history, and you can find parallels and coincidences. And you can have religious folks point at that, go and see this is proof of my religious myth because this event lines up with this happening in human history. And you can do that with any religion. I think there's I can't think off the top of my head right now, but I think it's maybe a Hindu belief about how the universe was formed actually lines up in a few ways with the actual science and the numbers and the multiple billions of years behind our understanding of the universe. We can look at Hinduism, and it has an explanation that happens to line up with some elements of science. Does that mean that Hinduism is true? No, it just simply means there's a coincidence there because there's a lot of claims in Hinduism. And I would say the same thing happens with Christianity. There's a lot of claims in Christianity, and if you line that up with human history, you're going to find some coincidental lineups. But that doesn't give you the license or it doesn't give you the ability to just ignore all the places where it doesn't line up. So sure, you can point and say, even if we could say, yeah, okay, yeah, we have full examples of language at this point in time. Oh, it happened to line up with the Tower of Babel. Is that evidence that Christianity is true? I would say no, because it could potentially just be a coincidence. You would need more evidence than that to establish Christianity as being true, not just saying, oh, this happens to line up with human history.
I think there's a bit of an elephant in the room on that one as well, because it's like, okay, what's the event that virtually immediately precedes the Tower of Babel, right? It's the global flood. And if you interpret that as global, if you hermeneutically propose that it's saying it's a global flood, young Earth creationism is going to run into a massive problem, because there is no evidence, zero, like zip, zilch, nada, that a global flood occurred on the face of this planet. And geologically speaking, we would be talking about the biggest event ever from a geological perspective. If young Earth creationism is the legitimate history, the global flood is the biggest thing that could have ever possibly happened. And because it's a global flood, it makes very specific predictions on what we should see in the geologic column, taphonomically with the organisms, radiometrically speaking with the dates, how the sediment would be laid down, like, waterlogged ash versus, flooded forests and all of these different types of things. And we see none of that, right? Instead, the geologic column reflects this very ancient history that is corroborated not just with regular old geological processes, but independently via radiometric dating, via ice cores, via dendrochronology, via the rate at which the continents move apart from one another, using varves, using the rate at which coral grows in atolls. Like, it all converges on the same extremely ancient timeline. And I don't bring that up to try to say, oh, okay, let's pivot and talk to something else. I bring it up because your point, as Eric outlined it, is basically to say, okay, well, young Earth creationism or a creationist time scale says that the approximate time that civilization starts is also the approximate time we see complex language emerge. And you want to use that sort of in favor of young Earth creationism to give it sort of legitimacy, to lend it legitimacy. Well, one, I don't think that's particularly helpful because, like, as Eric said, there are many different religions that make many different predictions, and some of them get some things right some of the time. But far more importantly, everything that is scientifically testable, that is a type 1 experiment in the sense that it would support or deny creationism if it was to be tested. Everything that's relevant to young Earth creationism in particular falls flat on its face.
So yeah, you guys covered a lot there. I think, Erika, that is a very bold claim to say there's no evidence for the flood. I do believe, with a friendly spirit, I could make you eat those words very quickly. But before
I would love that. I'd love that, Stevie. I want that badly. I want to have a conversation about call and talk about the flood with me.
So do I. I do. But before we jump to anything, I do want to say I'm not, the topic that I'm going over today is not about the Bible. So the evidence I'm pointing you to is not, I'm not referencing back to the Bible. I'm just looking at the evidence. I could give you plenty of evidence why the Bible is more reliable than something else, but that's not what I'm trying to do right now. Now, like I said, you guys covered a lot, but if I could say, we can trace these languages back into groups. I'm sure you guys agree with me. You can trace English back to Germany or to German and the like. The problem is like, when we do that, we can, it kind of aligns with the biblical account, to be honest with you. And not only that, but there's certain languages which have they're like isolated languages. In other words, they just appeared out of nowhere with no predecessor. So I just find that convenient. I'm not saying that this is absolute evidence. I'm just saying these are all coincidental stuff that I thought I would bring up. The other thing is, do you guys know how old the oldest living tree is?
Sorry,
No.
Stevie, I was coughing. I choked on some water. It's about 6,500 years. It's a bristlecone pine, right?
4,500 years.
Say that again.
4,500 years. So roughly around the biblical time frame, which I find interesting as well. So, but yeah, I don't know if you guys want to stop here or if you want to continue into the evidence for the flood. You let me know. I can always call back another day.
I think there's a bit of a problem there, Stevie, right? Because organisms, organisms don't tend, like when we look at longest ages for organisms, right? From a creationist time scale, the prediction would be something like 6,000 years. I looked it up in the background just because I wanted to get myself correct on this. The oldest bristlecone pine is in the White Mountains. It's Methuselah, which has a verified age of 4,856 years. Now, I don't know if that's the oldest tree, right? Because trees that are still living aren't necessarily the oldest trees. Let's say we found a bristlecone pine that had been incorporated into a Roman ship, right? Well, we would know that that bristlecone pine is however old the rings you could count in that log were, plus the amount of time that has elapsed since it cut down to now. So if you found a bristlecone pine that was the same age as this one, approximately 5,000 years old, from, 20 CE or 20 AD, however you want to say it, then that thing would be, approximately 7,000 years old. So it's not necessarily living trees that keep the score, which is why it's important to turn to things like coral clocks, because we have coral atolls that are, when you take into account the depth of the coral atoll, at Eniwetok, I think that's what it's called, they're significantly older than the oldest living bristlecone pine. But the bigger problem with this bristlecone pine just comes from it in and of itself. It comes from Methuselah's age. At 4,800 years old, it's older than the global flood. How did this scraggly little bristlecone pine survive a flood that covered by 20 cubits, if memory serves, the top of the highest mountain for at least 40 days and 40 nights, but significantly longer, when we can't even get an olive tree to survive submerged in salt water for 40 days and 40 nights?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that it's, first of all, it's around the time of the flood, but I would say that we have seen trees form more than one ring in a year. That is something that we have observed. So I would say that
that's
when you
true.
factor that
That's
in,
true, but
like,
I've
that would
heard that
put you
one
about
before.
the time of the flood.
That's true, but I've heard that one before, Stevie, and it's not very common for trees to form more than one ring in a year. It's way more common for them to not form a ring, because the only time they form two rings is when nutrients are just absolutely pervasive, right? Like when there's enough to grow that much in a single year. But bristlecone pines live in arid, harsh conditions high up in the mountains, right? So they're actually in the group that more often than not doesn't form a ring every year. So it's usually the age that we give to bristlecone pines, are usually underestimates for their age, as it tends to be the case for trees that live in harsh conditions.
Well, like I said, I mean, I'd have to look into it further. I know that I thought I came across an article that said that they've observed multiple, not just two, but multiple rings form within a given year. So, I'd have to go back and do more research. I'm not prepared for that right now, but I just know that there are some studies out there. So either way, I would say it's within the margin of error. I mean, that time around the flood, I think the flood was like 4,600 years ago. So it's close. I
I think it
believe that tree
depends.
is after the
Yeah,
flood. That's my belief.
I think it depends on who you talk to, right? Like I think it depends. AIG gives a number that's like 4,400, but it's give or
Yeah.
take. So I'm willing to say, if you want to propose that it's like the first tree that formed after the flood, that's fine. That's another story, right? But then you can't use that tree as support for the age of the Earth. You see what I mean? Like if you're going to say, oh,
No,
look
no,
at,
I'm just
isn't it coincidence? You know what I mean?
Yeah, just to be fair, I'm just pointing out, like, at this point, I'm just pointing out coincidences. So I'm just saying it's a
Yeah.
coincidence, nothing
And
more
there's
than a coincidence. I'm not saying it's a
yeah.
way.
And
I'm curious why we don't find 10,000-year-old trees, but I'm just saying it's a coincidence.
well, Stevie, maybe just trees don't live for that long, right? Because the whole idea behind evolution and not idea, but a key component of evolution is death. You need to have the new generation take over to reproduce with those mutations and then die out and let that next generation take over. If we had species that live for tens of thousands of years or even longer than that, we would see evolution behave totally differently in some cases. But death is a key component of that. So the fact that we don't have trees older than 4,000 something years ago is expected under the model of evolution. We don't expect things to absolutely last forever under any system, really, unless you're a Christian. You think God is like maintaining things magically to keep them from decaying and such. But even if that is the case, that we don't have any other living organisms from before when God supposedly created the earth, you said it yourself. It's a coincidence. You're looking at how things can kind of line up and grabbing that and going, oh, that's interesting. It's interesting, but it's not evidence. That's the problem there.
And I have a problem with that too, because it's like, that's like going to, gosh, that would be like going to a forest and finding one tree that's grown in this perfect Y pattern and saying, isn't that incredible? Doesn't that support the notion that, a God who loves the letter Y was here because it said so in this book that there was going to be, he loves the letter Y, and so that's support for that. And then it's like you're in a forest with tens of thousands of trees, the overwhelming majority of which are not shaped like the letter Y, right? Like I think about something like Methuselah, and I think about, how it's not 6,000 years old, right? It's not 4,400 years old. It's 4,800 years old, which is an inconvenient age for the flood. That's fine. We could just assume that it's afterwards. It's cool. But then I look at every other area of geology, every other area of astronomy, every other area of paleontology, and what I see is a ubiquitous and singular answer, that the Earth is older than 6,000 years old, right? Radiometric dates corroborate one another across space and time. They corroborate historical records wherever and whenever we can make that comparison. We know that they work because of that. They corroborate the rate at which the continents move apart. They corroborate the rate at which coral grows. They corroborate the rate at which varves form or speleothems form in caves that are at complete opposite sides of the world. If you want to talk coincidence, the oldest tree being an age in between 4,000 and 6,000 years old is nothing compared to the coincidence that you would require to get all of these independent geological, astronomical, and paleontological processes to agree in lockstep to give the illusion that the Earth is actually very old. So I don't find that to be convincing, and I find it, I get frustrated when these things are presented in isolation, because it's like, as Eric said, coincidences do exist. I don't even think this is a coincidence. I don't find it compelling even in isolation, but especially in the shadow of everything else. And I looked it up in the background because I was curious, and we have clonal organisms that are proposed to be older than Methuselah. Colonies of aspen trees like Pando, glass sponges, individual glass sponges found in the East China Sea are proposed to be more than 10,000 years old, which is quite a bit older than 6. So it's like, I don't know. You're going to find an organism that's going to be the right age, I think. But that's not really how science works with regard to how we come to a conclusion at large.
And Stevie,
yeah, to be fair, I'm
go ahead, Stevie. Go ahead and respond.
I was just going to say, to be fair, I'm not trying to elevate this. I'm just mentioning the coincidence of it. So I'm not trying to elevate this as a thing that's that this is it, case solved or anything like that. I do think if you would have talked to me 2 years ago, Erika, I would have agreed with you on everything you said. So I have looked into just about all that stuff, and I felt that the evidence was pretty overwhelming, and it did line up for me. And I'm always open to talking about that. So, but yeah, I want to be fair with my time. I don't know if there's another theist you guys want to talk to or something, or do you want me to move on to evidence for the?
I'd like to maybe wrap up with a couple of more fundamental questions, Stevie. So I'm guessing, I know I haven't said it explicitly, but I'm guessing you're a Christian and you believe the Bible is an accurate retelling of history. Because we talked a little bit about the Tower of Babel, and I know you said you weren't invoking it, but I suspect that you believe that that's actually history. And you're talking about the flood and how we have particular coincidences that seem to support it. You seem to be going after ways of confirming these stories. Let's go at it from the other way. Can you name me one thing that would falsify your belief in it? One thing that would falsify the story? Like, we found one thing that would debunk the flood, what would it be?
Well, I haven't found that. Otherwise, I wouldn't believe it.
Well,
but there are things that we can't
understand.
explain. Would you like me to give you some
Stevie.
of those?
Stevie, let me rephrase my question, because I don't think maybe I wasn't very clear. We're talking about falsification criterion here. All right. So for instance, I'll give you an example for evolution. Okay, a falsification. One of my falsification criterions for criteria for evolution is if we found a mammal fossil in Precambrian rock, that would destroy evolution, completely blow it out of the water. If we found a mammal fossil in Precambrian rock. If that happened, evolution is false. Can you give me something similar for the flood? If we found this, then the flood is false.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're talking about figurative.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not even figurative, just a possible thing, right?
A possibility. Okay.
Yeah, has to
Let
be
me see
possible,
here.
but it would show the flood is false.
All right. Let me see. Knowing what I know.
Like maybe I can help you here. If we found a tree
Yeah, throw me some.
if we found a tree that was 10,000 years old, the flood is false.
I'm
Would you agree
sorry,
with
you
that?
cut out there. Would you mind repeating that
Okay.
again?
Sure. If we found a tree that is 10,000 years old, the flood is false.
Well, I would say that I don't agree with the dating methods. So that wouldn't convince
Okay, hold on.
me.
Hold on. I'm asking for a yes or no here. If we found a tree that is 10,000 years old, the flood is false. Do you agree with that statement?
If you could verify without a shadow of a doubt. A living tree, is that what you're talking about? Or any
Sure,
tree?
a living tree. A living tree. Sure. I'm not saying we found one. I'm just saying
If it's an actual
if we
tree,
found
yeah.
one,
I mean,
then the flood is false.
yeah, if it's an actual, yeah, I would say that would make me seriously question it. I know that there's trees that like grow together, and people point to those. But if it's an actual tree, then yeah, that would definitely make me question it for sure. Yeah.
Well, if it makes you question it, it wouldn't falsify it. I'm asking for something that would just like destroy that flood myth, right? So do you have anything like
Well,
that?
I mean,
Because I gave you one for evolution.
yeah, I mean, like with evolution. I mean, if you could give me a transition that near unbroken transition from, let's say, an invertebrate to a vertebrate, or if maybe even if they're able to do that in a lab, that would probably falsify
What do you
it.
mean?
But
I don't understand. What do you mean like an
definitely,
unbroken I don't know what you mean by unbroken transition. Like, are you talking about like we take an organism in the lab and evolve it into a vertebrate? Like, I don't understand what you're
no.
saying
What
here.
I'm saying is like when you look at the observable evidence in the fossil record, in molecular organisms, we're not seeing them transition into something else unless it's big. They point to big jump, like leaps and bound changes in the
So,
fossil record, which means that there has to be missing transitions in between. And then when we look at the molecular side of things, like the E. coli long-term experiment, they've had 70,000 of those, 70,000 generations, and
Stevie,
they're still E.
Stevie, I gotta
coli.
stop you. Stevie, I gotta stop you here. Recall back to my falsification criterion for evolution. How simple it was. I gave it to you in one sentence. Okay, if I found this, evolution is false. And you're saying an unbroken transition from an invertebrate to a vertebrate would falsify the flood? That I don't even see how those would be
Saying
related.
any transition that I would say any transitions. If I could see it, observe it, either in a lab with molecular organisms or in the fossil record or anywhere. If you could show me any example of a near unbroken chain of
But isn't that
one
what
organism
it
evolved into a
is?
different type of organism.
But how does that disprove the flood?
I wasn't sure. I mean, you asked me about evolution, so that's why I gave you an evolution
I used
one.
it as an example for my falsification criterion for evolution. I'm saying, what do you have for the flood? I gave you an example of how evolution would be falsified. I'm asking you, what would falsify the flood? Give me one thing that you could potentially discover that would falsify the flood completely.
That's a really hard question because I've done so much research on this, and I've gotten all my questions answered through my research.
So
Let me see.
Okay, and
I don't know. You kind of put me on the spot, and I
I'll
can't
go
think of
ahead.
something. I could probably think of it in 5 minutes.
That's fine. I'll go ahead and accept an answer if I don't know, and that's a perfectly honest and fine answer. Okay, but the problem here, though, okay, it highlights an issue with the way you're approaching the subject and the way scientists approach the subject. All scientific claims and all scientific theories have falsification criterion built into them. Okay, gravity. If I could pick up this pen and let it go and it flies away from the Earth, I falsified gravity, the theory of gravity. I told you earlier how we could falsify evolution by finding a rabbit fossil in Precambrian rock. We can do that with germ theory, atomic theory. All other fields of science all have falsification criteria built into them. You just admitted you don't have one. And so if you're sitting here and you come in here, and I think you've been a pretty good interlocutor so far. It's interesting listening to you and Erika. But the thing is, though, if you don't have that key component, then you're in a position where you are doing nothing but finding confirmation. And that's an issue. Because if you can't admit that, hey, it is. Because if you don't have falsification criterion for your claim, then you are, by definition, can only find confirmation for it. And I can come up with any manner of claims, religious and otherwise, with no falsification criterion, and I can find all kinds of evidence for that. I could sit here and say, hey, I think we're living in a simulation run by aliens. And the reason that we have so many languages is because the aliens introduced those languages into the simulation about 4,000 years ago. Hey, Eric, how would you know if you were wrong about that? I don't know. Like, I would be in a position of only finding coincidences, as you put earlier, to support my explanation. But if I have nothing to disprove it, then I am trapped in a room with no exit. I am trapped in a room with no exit. It's a belief room with no exit door. And that's an issue. So, and I'm not trying to beat you up over this, but I'm trying to say you have a fundamental difference in your approach to how you're researching and how all other scientists research.
Eric, to be clear with you, my answer was I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I'll remind you, I was an atheist before I was a creationist. So I did not.
I don't care.
This,
that's the thing. I don't care. I don't care where you're. So Stevie, I don't care where you're coming from. Stevie, I don't care where you're coming from. I care where you are now. Okay. And I said it's totally fair to say I don't know. That's fine. That's a great first answer. Okay. So I do encourage you to go and think about it and go, okay, what can I potentially find that would show me to be wrong about this? Because what you've already brought to the table.
I did give you an example. I had mentioned the fossils.
But then you said that, well, we're talking about evolution, and I said I was talking about the flood. But here's the thing, though. Even if scientists could somehow produce to you what you asked for, a full record, transitionary record from an invertebrate to a vertebrate, there is still a way to fit that into the flood narrative. It wouldn't falsify the flood. It needs to be something that shows that this explanation is wrong. Finding a rabbit fossil in Precambrian rock would mean that rabbits somehow developed far before any other mammals or vertebrates and somehow developed and existed without oxygen on the planet. Like, discovering something like that would obliterate evolution. We would have to find a different explanation. And I'm asking you, what do you have anything for the flood? And that's, you say you didn't have it, so that's fine. Go ahead and take away that question, think about it, and then come back and talk to us again about it. But if you don't have just that one simple thing, then you're approaching it way different than scientists are. Because all scientists go for, what's the falsification? All experiments are designed to falsify the claim. The experiments aren't designed to confirm. The experiments are designed to, if we see different types of results that we expect, then our assumptions, our hypotheses, our theories falsified. That's how that science works.
I think too, from a perspective of the flood, I would propose, I don't know what your falsification criteria would be, but everybody who knows me knows that my favorite argument against the flood is the heat problem, right? Like the flood is precluded. Yeah, the flood cannot have occurred because the amount of heat generated in order to basically make the flood something that is responsible for the entirety of the geologic column, or even just the majority of it. Like, it doesn't even have to be the whole thing. It can just be most of it. Is enough heat, even excluding the accelerating radiometric decay, like just keeping it with standard processes of like cooling off the magma, moving the tectonic or moving the continental plates around, like all that kind of stuff, that's going to be enough heat to like vaporize the granitic crust of the Earth. And like to me, that's preclusionary. My experience with talking to creationists about that problem for the flood has been they usually appeal to a miracle to make that a solution, right? But then it's no longer a scientific hypothesis, and that's an entirely different, conversation. You said something very interesting there, and we do have to let you go here soon because we can't do one call. I would love to continue this conversation, but we have other callers that we probably need to get to as well. But since you're going to be looking this stuff up, doing deep dive, come back another time because I hope you call back. Please, please, please call me back and let's talk about the hominin fossil record, right? Because you're talking about transitions, an unbroken transition. Like, brother, I got one right behind me. From Sahelanthropus chilensis up to anatomically modern Homo sapiens, I would propose that the hominin fossil record is just about as unbroken a fossil record as you could ask for, given the incomplete nature of the fossil record. Humans descending from more basal ape ancestors in the Miocene. And we could talk about other transitional lineages that are proposed, like citations, the whales from Indo-Hyas is another really good one. Synapsids and therapsids from reptile-like mammals is another good one. And then to more modern mammals from synapsids is great as well. Tetrapod transition from Eusynopteron, like fish, is a good one. Birds from dinosaurs, or I should say from non-avian dinosaurs, is a good one. When I'm saying these unbroken transitions, I'm saying like we see the emergence of the characteristics that make the modern group unique emerge slowly through geologic time, from more primitive versions to more modern versions, and then that exists geologically in sequence. I think that's wonderful support for evolution and a wonderful preclusion to creationism. But to Eric's point, I think you're going to want to look into the heat problem as far as what would falsify the flood. I would propose that the heat problem falsifies the flood.
Yeah, I have looked into all those, the heat problem, the hominin. I'd love to talk to you about that as well. And I have my, we don't have time to talk about it now, but yeah, I'll just end with this. I think that's a fair question for you to ask, Eric. I think it's something I'm gonna definitely go back and think about. I think you asked me out of nowhere, and so I didn't have a response. I'm sure there is one out there, but I would urge you not to make assumptions about me, especially when you don't know me. So I would urge you not to make assumptions about me, especially whenever
Stevie, what assumptions did I make about you?
But
what assumptions did I make about you?
The assumption you made was that I'm looking for evidence to confirm my belief, when in fact I wasn't even a believer in any of this when I started my journey. So that's definitely not a true assumption.
Well,
but I do appreciate you guys having me on. And Erika, maybe we will talk about the hominin next time, and we can talk about how they're like where they a lot of them lived at the same time and all that good stuff. So, but I appreciate it. Unless you have another question for me, I'll dip out.
Call back, Stevie. I want to talk about hominins with you because I know of contemporaneity, and this is what my doctorate is in. So this is something that all this other stuff. Like I know enough about genetic entropy to talk about it. I certainly know enough about geology to talk about it. But if we talk about hominins, then you're actually talking to somebody who has the education to back that up in a formal sense, and I would love to have that conversation. But yes, we do have to get to other callers. So thank you for calling in, Stevie. Talk to you next time.
See you, Stevie.
See you later. Bye-bye.
What's looking good to you next, Eric?
Oh, let's see here. I think we said we would go to an atheist next, so maybe something that we can maybe knock out in just a few minutes.
Right.
Giddy might be a good follow-up call because we were just talking to Stevie about his epistemology, and Giddy has a question that's very closely related.
I'm already ahead of you. Giddy from Utah. Welcome to SkepTalk with Erika and Eric. It's a lovely duo. It's a perfect host duality that I didn't even appreciate earlier. Amazing. Tell us a little bit about your question, and thank you for calling in.
Yeah. Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Okay, dope. I guess here's the backstory to the question. So I have a sibling who recently said that God, evolution, and aliens can't exist all at the same time, and some other things to back up that leap in logic. So I don't know if they are questioning their religion or questioning the science of evolution or becoming an alien conspiracist. So basically the question is like I know he's earnest about learning and being wrong. He's just bad at it. But now with this evolution talk, I'm worried that he's no longer pro-science but bad at it, but now he's just a bit anti-science. So I want to know any pointers in discerning the two.
Man, Eric, you got point on this one.
Yeah. How old is this? You said it was your. I'm sorry, Giddy. You said he was your nephew.
No, sibling.
Sibling. I'm sorry. Okay.
Me.
Okay. So kind of like fully mature adult and gone through school and everything like that.
I wouldn't say mature.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. Mature as in little seasoned, has been around for a while, has gone through some experiences, I guess. It's interesting the way that you presented that, because you're saying that your sibling is claiming that God, evolution, and aliens cannot all be true. Has your sibling ever taken like a basic logic class, like understanding what like a dichotomy or a trichotomy is? Like, do they understand that at all?
Not a logic class, but he does listen to people that sound logical, like your Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro.
Okay. My recommendation, if they're having first of all, evolution, aliens, and God could all potentially exist. God could have created aliens, and God could have used evolution as the mechanism to diversify life on planet Earth. Like, there's nothing logically impossible about that. I don't think it's true, but it's nothing impossible about it. I think maybe potentially what you should do with your sibling is use some kind of like Socratic method type of questions and get them to kind of see that they aren't setting up any type of actual like mutual exclusion between these three. You could say, okay, well, for instance, like if I was walking your sibling through this, I would say, okay, is anything outside of God's power? Well, chances are they'll say no. Okay, so if everything's within God's power, is it within God's power to create aliens? Yeah, that would have to be the logical next step. Okay, is it outside of your God's power to use evolution to diversify life on Earth, even if it's just like microevolution? Use terms that they're used to. If they're honest, they would have to say yes. And now they're in this inescapable position of, well, it isn't impossible that God, aliens, and evolution are all true propositions. So maybe just take them from square one and just baby step them through and get them to establish a contradiction in their own position. And then if they're honest about it, they'll say, oh, okay, wait, I see your point here. I should probably re-examine this. And if they're at a point where they refuse and they're simply rejecting logic, and that's really difficult to get around, you need to get them to appreciate why we do these things. Because if they're in a position where they're rejecting logic like that, now they're opening themselves up to all kinds of problems. So I guess that would probably be my thing. Like Socratic method, walk them through their proposition and get to an absurdity, get to a contradiction, and get them to admit it. What do you think, Erika?
I mean, I think you could also test this by just drilling down on a particular subject that you feel comfortable talking about, that you know that your sibling is skeptical on, and see if, as you move down the line, they accept reason step by step, or if it's more of a defensive response where every point that sort of moves things in your favor, their goalposts just move. I think that'll give you a really good idea as to where they're coming from, whether they're coming from a perspective of like, okay, they want to know what the truth is, what the data say, or if they're coming at it from a perspective that's more like they have a narrative that they really like, and they readily accept evidence that they feel support that concept, and evidence or data that doesn't, that falls into the woo territory, right? Where they try to explain it away, or they doubt the methodology behind it. I mean, I found that a lot of time when I talk to people who are use the dichotomy that you sort of presented, like anti-science, there is a really specific set of vocab words that go along with anti-science. Anti-science, I think, is really different from bad at science or even ignorant of science, and not pejorative ignorance, right? Because like we're all ignorant on most things. But there's like a specific set of criteria that, or of words, I guess I should say, of check boxes in my head for when somebody is anti-science. Usually it's like they take issues with academia, big A academia, a lot of conspiratorial thinking, a lot of hierarchical thinking, lots of questioning the methodology of even really, really basic concepts, which is fine, right? But then you should be able to walk them through these concepts and work your way through accepting the basics, I think, if someone is just bad at science as opposed to anti-science. That's how I would sort of methodologically drill down at it.
Mm. And maybe kind of like put a cap on that, because like to get to the crux of your question, and Erika, I think, touched on it better than I did. Someone who's bad at science versus someone who's just anti-science. So let's use Stevie from our previous call as an example. The fact that Stevie never considered falsification criteria for the flood myth, and yet he's pointing out coincidences or supporting evidence for it, means Stevie's bad at science because he's missing a fundamental core component of what the scientific process is. And that doesn't mean Stevie has to be bad at science forever. Stevie can maybe, hey, go find some type of falsification criterion and then test for it, which is what a real scientist would do. But hypothetically, and we're getting to the hypotheticals now, so Steve, you're still listening. I'm not saying this is what you're going to do. I'm saying if you did this, if you did identify a falsification criterion, you tested for it, and you confirmed that that criterion is actually true, and then you ignore it because whatever reason, like we were talking about miracles with miracles to handle the heat problem with the flood. That turns into anti-science because you're now saying, oh, I found a contradiction. Now I need to magic wand wave it away because it conflicts with the conclusion that I already have or the conclusion that I prefer. And once you are in that realm where you're ignoring the contradictions in your position, when you are just hand waving away glaring issues and using whatever reason you want to make it go away, now you're anti-science. And so Giddy, I think with your sibling, only you can make that judgment for yourself how you want to perceive your sibling, whether they're bad at science or anti-science. Probably more conversations required, and just ask them, hey, what do you think is the case, and have them give you their idea of what reality actually is, and then ask them, okay, well, is there anything that could dislodge that? Is there anything that you could discover that would change that? If you discovered X, would that render your position false? Would you change your mind? And if they're in a position of saying no, then they're anti-science. So yeah, more conversation and just kind of maybe just baby steps, walking them through this and see how they react to a contradiction in their position or how they react to contradictory evidence could potentially tell you whether they're bad at science or anti-science.
No, I think okay, yeah, that makes sense. I think in some ways, in some topics, he's clearly bad at science, and in others, I think he's started saying the keywords of anti-science. So I think it might be both. I'm not sure, but
could be both. Yeah,
a lot of good advice.
Yeah, could be both.
Yeah, I think
I was just going to say, and if it is the case that you think he is becoming anti-science, you may want to just start having the meta conversation about why you're taking this position. Like, why are you rejecting scientific findings? Is it because you have some type of attachment to your conclusions? Do you need them to be true? In many cases, like I used to be a Jehovah's Witness, so I was told that God's going to end all wickedness on the earth. He's going to bring back dead loved ones to life, and mankind's going to go on forever in perfect harmony and peace, and devoid of all the problems we experience today. That can generate a very strong emotional need in you. Like I need to see justice met to people who deserve it. I need to see good people rewarded for their good actions, and that can start to really cloud objectivity and really cloud honesty when dealing with these things. So yeah, and you might want to have like a kind of a meta conversation around that. It's like, hey, okay, I understand you have an emotional need for these things to be true. I once did myself. Everyone has emotional needs for certain things to be true. But does my emotional need at all affect what reality is? Shouldn't we deal with reality on reality's terms? So you may have to get like a lower level type conversation to like really kind of get at the fundamentals of his approach. Because if they aren't going to value truth, they aren't going to value survival, or they aren't going to value the things that most other people who reject these things value, then it could be a very difficult conversation until you get within alignment on those values and then work from there. Go ahead, Erika.
No, I mean, I was going to compliment that. I was going to say, it's a really easy slide to happen when people go from, being relatively ignorant on a topic to sort of consuming the anti-rhetoric of that topic. And the reason for that is because we don't like not being in the know on something. It makes us feel small. And so as a result, it's easier, instead of taking the time to learn that which we don't know, or just admitting that there's going to be stuff that we don't know. I don't know anything about most things, right? Like I could not tell you the intricacies of how my computer is working to make this happen right now. I couldn't do it. I could probably sit down and learn it, but it would be really, really difficult. And so I rely, as me and Eric were talking about earlier, on the expertise of people who do know, like Eric, for example, who do know the details of this kind of stuff. But I think a lot of people are intimidated, unfortunately, by the idea of not knowing something, right? And because of that, it's easier to just take the very appealing side of, well, I don't need to know it because it's not true, or I don't need to know it because they're sinister and lying, or because it doesn't matter. And unfortunately, that attitude is being fostered by a culture in the United States, unfortunately, right now that is very. I mean, I hesitate to take a step into the politics of it, but it's just like I think we can all feel it, right? There's this anti-intellectual, thread that's been in the United States for quite some time that kind of seems to be flaring up a little bit more than usual lately, because people have sort of swallowed this image of science, big S science, is like this elitist organization instead of something that is for everyone. If only they take the time to learn it, right? So I think you have to kind of get to the root of that too, and find out, like, why is your sibling coming at it this way? And unfortunately, that's why that sort of gets to the root of your question as to, like, why is bad at science and anti-science, why are they bedfellows? Why do they bleed into one another? It's kind of like a conveyor belt. A bad at science to anti-science pipeline, one might say.
I wonder, does one lead to another? Like, if you're as bad at science, do you eventually become anti-science? Potentially.
I feel like it's not even, because, like, again, there's definitely science that I'm worse at than, when I took organic chemistry, like, I struggled for a B in organic chemistry. I struggled. OChem was difficult for me, but it didn't make me think to myself that there's, like, big organic chemistry is out there, like, masquerading that their field is something important, right? It's just that I recognize that I have strengths and weaknesses, as everybody does. And there are areas that I'm going to do better in, and there are areas that I'm going to do worse in. Like, I couldn't tell you the first thing about a business class, for example, either. But I think some people are very insecure about the idea of being wrong, and being ignorant on a subject. And so I don't know. I think that because that type of personality exists, that type of personality is, in my opinion, very susceptible to falling down it's they're bad at science, and that they're worried people will perceive them as bad at science and therefore unintelligent. And though that's what kind of pushes them down the anti-science rhetoric, I think.
Yeah. I think actually, I think it really has come down to a question of motivation. Like, what is the motivating factor at it? Because you can be bad at science, but very honest-hearted at it. But then once you get into rejecting truth, rejecting the possibility that you're wrong, then you're becoming anti-science. Yeah. So, does that help, Giddy? Hopefully you got maybe a couple of things to ponder before your next conversation with your sibling?
No, that helped. Sorry, I just remember at the beginning of this call, you guys said it was going to be quick.
Pretty quick. 15?
That's never once happened. It's never happened one time while I've been on this show. Not once.
No, that helped. I also do want to just say one thing. Erika, I'm a big fan. I just got diagnosed with autism, so I'm still picking out my special interest, and I think I'm going to go learn about this Homo erectus maximus decimus fella.
Please, please do it. I would love that, and let me know your thoughts, because God knows there's a lot of drama with Homo erectus. Homo erectus sensu lato right now is experiencing a massive, in my opinion, what is going to become a massive reshuffling taxonomically speaking, because it's just too big. It's just too big of a taxon, I guess I should say. There's too much stuff that's shoved into there. So make it your hyperfixation, and then Giddy, solve it for me. Solve the Homo erectus question for me, and let me know. Let me know what you think.
That's too much pressure. I'm not autistic anymore. I don't want to deal with that.
You're like, yeah, actually, leave that to someone else. I'm kicking that can down the road too. I want nothing to do with that question. I mean, I want to muse about it with no consequences. I don't want to try to publish on it and then get my ass handed to me by Chris Stringer or something. my Homo erectus opinions.
All right, well, thank you for the call.
Thank you, Giddy. Take care and best of luck.
Thanks, Giddy.
Bye.
Yeah, man, that's a tough one. I don't know. I mean, and I don't know. I'm probably not a good person to ask as far as bad science versus anti-science, because I'm super naive. When it comes to engaging with bad faith actors, I'm like, they've only been a bad faith actor 10 times out of 10 so far. What if on this 11th try, they're actually engaging in good faith? And then
that
I engage them.
Doubt,
it's like my weak point. I can't. And sometimes I'll even finally come around and I'll be like, oh, they are a bad faith actor. And then years later, I'll be like, maybe they deserve a second chance.
Yeah.
Because I'm a moron.
I do that too. And that's absolutely true, because I mean, you could potentially have somebody who is anti-science, and yet then they have a fundamental shift in their values, and they decide, okay, we're going to take these things more honestly. So yeah, just because you cross the line at a one doesn't mean you can't come back. And I think, like I said, I think it just comes down to what your values are. Are you motivated for a certain conclusion, or are you motivated for whatever conclusion the evidence supports? I think that's probably really the defining line between science and anti-science, because despite what people say, a vast majority of scientists are not motivated to support certain conclusions. In fact, you make your name in science by overturning old ideas, by overturning old theories with something newer and better. That's how you go down in the history books. That's how we know, individuals like Albert Einstein and Nikola Tesla and others, the legends, because they looked at the old ideas and said, well, we see some issues here. Let's find something new. And then they found something new and they demonstrated it. Like some of the stuff, we're still confirming Einstein's theories to today. But one really neat one that I really like reading about was light bending in gravitational gravity wells, and how they confirmed that by looking at our sun with other celestial objects behind it and actually watching the light refract around the sun, and how they confirmed those things years after Einstein proposed these things to be true. So real science is just, it just works, and it can be confirmed, and it also can be falsified and overturned if something better comes along. And that's the slow, arduous process march towards truth, a better understanding of our world, rather than somebody saying, well, I like this conclusion because I built my entire life work around this conclusion and therefore I must defend it. Like that's bad science. You don't want that. You want it's anti-science. If something else comes along that shows that you're wrong, you need to accept it and integrate it into your collection of facts and your collection of data and move forward with that. Because we're not going to be able to continue to build our world if we have these bad foundations of bad science. We want better science to take its place. We want those things to take over. That's how we have things like computers and such today. We had old theories, we rejected them, made them better, and now we have something that works.
Even evolution was born of this, right? I mean, you've got these diluvialists in the early 1800s who are trying to figure out the age of the Earth. And they believed that the global flood, because Archbishop Usher's chronology had made it into one of the most recent King James versions of the Bible. So that was like the reigning idea, is that you had all these guys trying to fit the concept of geology, this burgeoning new field. Now that more people had time for it, hopefully you guys can hear me. Look at
yeah,
how
we
my
hear
face is paused right now. Good
Your
Lord
camera's
Almighty.
doing exactly what my camera just did.
I don't know why mine just did that. How would an unflattering angle? Hold on, let me try this again. Let me just try to wiggle it around for a minute and see if I can't get that liking.
Oh,
it a little bit
Elgato,
better.
there's your problem. No, kidding.
Yeah, listen, take it up with Jimmy. He's the one that
Yeah.
sent me this camera. Hold on, let me figure this
That's the
out.
same exact issue I had earlier. I have a Canon like a DSLR, and not DSLR. I forget what kind of camera it is, but yeah, occasionally the USB will just disconnect, and it will lock my face in a really unappealing frame.
It's honestly, at least the camera with the little line through it is more flattering. All right, let's see. Cancel. Maybe
Elgato's got some good products, though. That was a joke, by the way, folks. Elgato's got some decent products. I have 2 Elgato products right here in front of me that I use for my audio.
I don't know enough about this to even know whether it works or not. You know, I mean, I'm doing my best here, but
what you may want to do is, if you unplugged your camera and plugged it back in, go into vMix Call, go to the gear, and make sure the camera did not default to something that's not your camera.
Usually I don't have this issue. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna reconnect real fast.
Okay,
You're gonna have to monologue for a second, Eric.
I will sit here and blather as much as we need, Erika. So, in fact, actually, maybe I'll just bring in. I want to bring in the next caller, but the caller's question is they want to make sure they're explaining evolution correctly. And Erika's way more qualified than I am, but what the heck? We're gonna bring Michaela in here anyway. So Erika's gonna probably be screaming at the screen at me while she's fixing her camera while I'm totally getting evolution wrong. Michaela, how you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. It's we're about 2 hours into the show, and it doesn't feel like it all that much. I've enjoyed listening to it so far. So the time seems to fly by when I'm like that. But Michaela, you have a question here. You want to make sure you're explaining evolution correctly. Can you explain to me how you're currently explaining it?
Well, yeah. So typically, I guess sometimes maybe it's like I have a lack of confidence, but essentially, I'll talk about how there's DNA evidence. You know, humans and other apes. You know, humans and chimpanzees share an ancestor. But the problem with that, I try to explain this to my uncle, who's a creationist, and you know, he was like, "Well, okay, what about bananas? We share DNA with bananas as well," and I didn't really know how to respond to that. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it is a fact that we share DNA with bananas, but not as much as we share with the other great apes. So I don't know. Does this kind of smacks of like Kent Hovind type, like I don't call it argumentation, but more like criticism? Because Kent Hovind will say things like, "Evolution says that you share DNA with a banana. You're the same as a strawberry." You know, like they'll try to paint it in this absurd light that is designed to discredit the explanation without any real evidence or argumentation against it. Just simply, I want to call it a straw man because it's an accurate statement. Welcome back, Erika. It's an accurate statement, but it's framed in a way to make it seem absurd. So is that kind of what you're experiencing from your uncle? Like the way he presents it to you as if it's an absurdity, or is it just like what's his motivation you're like detecting out of him?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess. Well, it's definitely he definitely tries to paint it as an absurdity because I was like, I think the fossil record is really cool, and I guess when I really was like his whole thing was like, "Oh, you mean to tell me that we came from some damn monkeys?" And I think what I really want out of this is just I think it might be more helpful because I just have some super quick rapid fire kind of questions to kind of make sure that I'm at least explaining this in the correct way. And I guess one of the barriers.
Erika,
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Erika's back, so she can correct anything that I might get wrong. But yeah, go right ahead.
Wait, catch me up. I bopped back in for a second and heard chimpanzees got really excited, tried to fix my camera quickly. It didn't work again, but then I did get it working, and then I heard something about bananas. So Is there something I could add to here?
Well, I guess, I'm trying to get better at explaining evolution on a very basic level because I was trying to explain to my uncle who's a creationist. He was like, "Oh, you mean to tell me that we came from some damn monkeys and DNA? Like scientists are trying to say that we have similar DNA to bananas as well." So that's kind of where I'm going with it, trying to explain like on a very basic level. But I guess kind of like my first question, because I'm trying to get into like atheist content creation, and there was these I haven't recorded, but these creationists, I had a live view call with them, and I was trying to explain evolution, especially when it comes to like how different ethnic groups come about. That I think that's kind of one of the biggest barriers because their stance was that I know I've kind of talked about these group of people before, but basically these creationists were trying to argue that Native Americans originate from Israel and not Siberia, and they showed me this Native American fossil called Anzic 1. And they pointed out that Anzic 1 is much more related to modern day indigenous people. They're more related to modern day indigenous people than they are related to Siberians. And I was trying to explain that my explanation of that this was because of genetic isolation. And they would say, well, that's not going to change your DNA evidence. And I think that's kind of what I need help explaining. Like, how is it possible that,
Michaela, what's the name of the fossil again?
It's called Anzic 1.
Anzic 1. ANSIC?
Yeah.
Okay.
ANZICK and then dash 1.
I see. Got it. Okay, it just came up. Let me pull this up really quick. Okay, there it is. Sweet. A Paleo-Indian child. Okay, I'm going to read about this in the meantime and give you my thoughts on it. But before we get into that, what I do want to say is for you and for people who might be watching, humans do not share 50% of our DNA with bananas. I made a video about this eons ago because I was so sick of hearing it. Because and when you Google it, people say it's true. Like this is one of those. This is kind of like that old wives' tale, not an old wives' tale, like not an urban legend either. It's sort of like what do you call it when there's like something that just gets repeated so often that eventually people just kind of accept that as fact, and then nobody knows where it actually came from. Because there was another one of these that it wasn't stated clearly. I think Hank Green, or maybe it was one of the PBS shows, did a show on this a while back about where the claim it was Kurzgesagt. That's what it was. Kurzgesagt did this video a long time ago about where the claim that, if you laid all like the veins, or maybe it was DNA, like it was one of the tube-like structures in humans, that if you laid it end to end, it would like wrap around the earth 2.5 times. And it turns out that like it's a source from a source from a source from a source that somebody like extrapolated upon using frogs in like the early 1900s. So it's kind of like a bogus idea, but people have said it so many times that it just kind of got incorporated into science vernacular, right?
Is it the illusionary truth effect you're referring to?
Maybe. I don't know what it's called. Someone's going to tell me what it's called. But the banana thing is the same thing. And I have a wonderful source from this called the Desimov Lab, where someone basically just did the comparison, like did the genomic comparison. It's more that humans and bananas share somewhere between 17 and 24% of their DNA in the form of detectable orthologs. So it's not like if you line up the two genomes, 17% is the same. It's like you're looking at protein coding regions and you're looking at orthologs specifically, then they share 17 to 24%, which even the highest end is half of what it's been proposed for the longest time, right? So humans don't share 50% of their DNA with bananas. It's significantly less than that, and it's in a very specific way of comparison. When you look at the latest research on this, right, humans are about 99% similar to chimpanzees in protein coding base pairs, which is a part of the genome that does stuff ostensibly. This is supported by the most recent telomere to telomere ape genomes, which came out a couple of weeks ago now, where they got the telomere to telomere sequences on chimps, bonobos, gorillas, 2 species of orangutan, and siamangs, I believe it was. And like, you still get the traditional phylogeny. The way that I would explain this to your dad is I would be like, or to your relative, is I would say, you know, the way that this works, this how much do you share with somebody else, the way that that question operates, like what you're actually saying is you're saying, if you make a family tree of species, who is more closely related to who? It works identically to a paternity test, which everybody accepts that paternity tests work because with virtually zero exception, and I only say virtually because I can't think of an exception to it, there is never a case where a parent gives birth to a child and then that child is more genetically related to some stranger than they are to their parent, right? The more DNA you share with someone,
Right.
the more closely related you are to them. We all accept this. This is just something that we know to be true. And this is true with dog breeds, this is true with cat breeds, this is true with cow breeds, and it's true between animals that everybody accepts is related. So nobody on the planet is going to have an issue with you saying dogs and wolves are related to each other. They're so genetically similar, everybody just accepts it. But for whatever reason, when you take that exact same logic of a paternity test, of a family tree, where you just sequence the DNA and you see who's more similar to who on the basis of shared portions of their genome, and you blow it up to the species level and include humans with other apes, people lose their minds, right? But it is
Right.
what it is. The data are what the data are. Humans and chimpanzees share more genomically than either of us does with a gorilla. That's insane. That blows my mind every time I think about it, because if you just look at a gorilla and a chimpanzee and a human and you were to pick the odd man out, humans don't have fur all over our bodies and we walk upright instead of on our knuckles. You would intuitively pick the gorilla as the odd man, or the gorilla. You would intuitively pick the human as the odd man out. But genomes have more than just the functional protein coding regions to them. There's a lot more, and humans only dropped about 96% similar to chimps when you include all of that. But they reflect a shared history. Like, you might have the same eye color as one of your cousins, but that doesn't change the fact that you share more of your genome overall with your sibling. And that's what's going on when you look at humans, chimpanzees, and gorillas. So it's like, that's the way that I try to share it with you. That doesn't mean humans are chimps, and it doesn't mean chimps are humans. It means that we're 2 separate species that are very, very closely related to one another. When I say chimps, I mean chimps and bonobos for the pedants out there. So, you know, that when you're talking about evolution, that creates a super nice prediction. And this is what I say to everybody all the time. People who know my spiel know my spiel. But it's like, if humans and chimpanzees are one another's closest living relative, right, the hominids and the panins, then evolution makes a really, really simple prediction. We should find the emergence of human-like characteristics through the fossil record as we move more recently in time from our last common ancestor with chimps, which would have been some kind of generic Miocene ape, to the modern day, right? And that should more or less reflect what we see in the molecular clock too. And we see that in spades, right? I had a debate with a creationist the other day, and I was trying to explain this, that it's like, you know, this is the prediction that evolution makes, and this is what we see. So for creationism to deal with that, they have to have a better way of explaining those data, right? They have to have a better way, a better explanation that makes more sense of the data as compared to evolutionary theory, which set this prediction out and then in full saw it come to fruition. We see the emergence of bipedalism, of big brains. We see a reduction of prognathism. We see a reduction in the size of the teeth, right? All the minutia shows up through time. You can quibble about the details, and people, God knows people do. But, you know, that's the prediction that evolution makes, is that if humans share a common ancestor with other apes, we should see this through the fossil record. And so then you have the question, okay, well, how is that mechanistically happening? It's like, can it mechanistically happen? And that's where lab work and modern day field work comes in, where we look and see if the mechanisms of evolution, the basic mechanisms that I teach are mutation, natural selection, which has like artificial and sexual selection couched within it, genetic drift and gene flow, these 4 basic mechanisms of evolution. Can we see the emergence of novel characteristics in the present using just these 4 characteristics? And can populations change over time? Overwhelmingly, the answer is yes, right? We were talking about the Linsky long-term evolution experiment earlier, where through tens of thousands of generations of E. coli bacteria, we've seen the emergence of novel traits. We could talk about the de novo mutation in ice fish, where a population of ice fish developed a protein out, you know, de novo means out of nothing, right? That's ex nihilo, but de novo is like brand new, right? That gave their blood the properties of antifreeze, and nobody on the planet would look at this, you know, specific type of ice fish and its closest relative that lives to the south and say they're not related. So we know that this is a mutation that everybody accepts happened. You could talk about the adaptations that the sea wolves of British Columbia have to be more piscivorous, like they're wolves that live on the coast in part due to human encroachment. So they eat 90% more seafood or something along those lines than their mainland cousins. And so as a result, their bodies are smaller and their paws are bigger for their body size, which makes them more paddle-like so they can catch fish easier. It's a population of flippin' wolves that's evolving to be more aquatic. You could talk about the current reproductive isolation that's developing, and it's something like 8 different species of ring species of California salamander. Right? We see this over and over and over again. The mechanisms that we observe today are limited only by time, and we have a whole lot of time too. So now we have the question. It's like, okay, does evolution make a prediction about humans' closest living relatives? Yes. Do we see the emergence of those traits through time? Yes. Can we see the modern day mechanisms of evolution create novel characteristics or quote unquote new genetic information that's advantageous to populations of organisms, changing them physically in major ways? Yes. And do we have enough time for all of this to happen? Absolutely, resoundingly yes. The Earth is 4.5 to 4.8 billion years old. Life shows up 3.8 billion years ago. There's a boatload of time for all of this to happen. So that's how I would go about it. And if you're explaining it more or less that way, I think you'll be good.
And Michaela, with the way you mentioned that your uncle has responded, like the way he presents it, I don't suggest telling this directly to him because it's probably going to shut down any conversation. But it sounds like he's kind of caught in this argument from incredulity trap, basically saying, "Well, this is something that evolution says, and I just can't imagine it to be true. I find it absurd or silly or whatever." And essentially, he's making the statement, therefore, it's not true. And if that is the case with him, then he's stuck in this logical fallacy that he's going to need to be kind of coaxed out of. And you can usually do that. If that is the case, you can usually do that with presenting examples of things like, okay, let's pretend like we just traveled back in time 500 years ago. And you are explaining to somebody back then how a computer works. And this person says, I can't fathom how this can possibly be true. Therefore, it's false. Hopefully your uncle could appreciate the flaw in that logic there. And then he can ask himself, are you exercising that now? Are you looking at something that you just simply can't wrap your mind around? And because of your inability to do that, because of your inability to believe it, you are declaring it false without a good reason to. That could potentially be the trap he's in. And typically, like I said, comments that are meant to disparage evolution, like, being related to bananas or being, how strawberries and apes are related, that we've seen, 2-bit apologists use online. We can see the problems with that type of argumentation. And if you can get your uncle to appreciate that, then maybe he can at least say, okay, I still don't believe it's true, but I can see why this reason is not a good reason to make that claim. And then he would be forced to find some other reason if he's really concerned about finding truth.
Cool.
I think you could also, if you just wanted that. Go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Yep. Oh, you're good. Yeah, that does make sense. That is helpful. That has helped me out. But I have to, before I get out of here, I guess before I get out of here, I have 2 super random questions that are related to it. And I guess for Eric, I'm not understanding that you're a Jehovah's Witness. Are Jehovah's Witnesses, are they gung ho when it comes to being anti-evolution, or how they?
Yeah, they are vehemently against evolution. They published a book a long time ago. It was a blue covered book. It was called Life, How Did It Get Here, by Evolution or by Creation. And I remember studying this book when I was young, and they bring very bad arguments to the table. They'll have diagrams of fruit flies and all kinds of other reasons why evolution can't possibly be true. And therefore, false dichotomy, creation must be the answer. So yes, in a nutshell, they are anti-evolution, and they still teach it to this day because they believe that they have this weird hybrid model of old Earth versus young creationism when it comes to humans. They will say, yes, the Earth is very old because the creative days in the Bible are not specifically 24-hour periods. They can be indeterminate amounts of time. and day to day can be varying times. It's like so they'll say, yeah, the Earth is very old, but God definitely put Adam and Eve in that garden 6,000 years ago, and that's where humanity started. So yeah, that's what they believe.
Mm.
And
Okay.
I think when it comes to the animals, I think they do believe that animals change over time, and animals were here before man was. But it's been a really long time since I dived into that material, and they might have changed things on that since then. But for the important points, man did not evolve from apes, according to them, or the other great apes. Man and the other great apes did not evolve from our common ancestor. Yeah, to put it the best way possible.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I never really, because like I have a friend who's like a former Jehovah's Witness, and I never really got to understand. I wonder how they see evolution. But
yeah, I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm not sure what their current teachings are on it, because their teachings have changed a lot over the 15 years that I've left. But what you can do is they have a website, jw.org. You can go there and you can usually get the latest information of what their current beliefs are. They usually will have very, very succinct articles that explain it. But yeah, so you can go there if you really want to know, like, from the horse's mouth.
Oh, cool. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
And for Erika, I've kind of been doing research on this a little bit on my own, just out of curiosity. But are you? And for me, I think explaining how viruses work is also very critical to like kind of explaining evolution, like on like like a very basic level. And I'm curious, Erika, are you familiar with? I think it was like an ancient ape or hominid called Paranthropus or something like that.
Of course, yeah.
Oh, so in my research, I mean, I haven't done too much research on it, but like, kind of like, what's like the gist? Because what I've seen like this, it's somehow involved with like spreading herpes to humans or something.
Yeah, my understanding of this is that it has been proposed that because of the age of herpes, right? Like if you look at the herpes virus, or herpes A and B are just like primates get them, right? And it's weird because like some herpes is like really benign, like across primates, but some isn't. So like herpes B is super common in like macaque populations. They're like these little monkeys that they're just like monkeys that live in mostly Asia, Southeast Asia, and like they're up in Morocco as well. And there's a population of them living in Silver Springs in Florida, and all of them also have herpes B. And like it doesn't bother them, but if we get herpes B, it's bad news, right? So it's kind of the same thing where like there are a lot of viruses that exist in humans that have a counterpart in our close relatives. And sometimes they're really deadly to us and not so much to them. And sometimes it's the opposite. And sometimes they're really deadly to like us and chimps, but not so much to everybody else, or vice versa. So it's, it serves to reason that these viruses are able to adapt very easily to all of us because we're very closely related, or because they've been evolving with us as we've changed over time. Now, my understanding is that it's that latter that leads to the proposition that herpes, I think it's herpes A, or OG herpes, the kind of herpes that humans get, may have originated, in Paranthropus because of the age of the virus, right? Which I guess they glean using like molecular clock stuff. And the idea is that because it's adapted to humans at a specific time, or genus Homo, I guess I should say, at a specific time, and doesn't look like it originated for genus Homo, the other primary hominin that would have been walking around at that time are members of Paranthropus. Nobody ever talks about Paranthropus because it's really weird, but if you saw Paranthropus today, I mean, this is about as much of an ape man as you could ask for. I've got a skull that you can see from one in the background here, kind of at the bottom. They've got these really wide faces, these tall sagittal crests, and they had molars that are like 4 times the size of your molars. So I don't have very big, my fingers are kind of thin, but like they're roughly the size of like an adult man's thumbnail, right? Actually, hold on, I'm wearing pajama pants. You're gonna have to forgive me, but you really need to see this. So 1 second. Gotta get my skulls out. Okay, so
full disclosure, I'm also wearing pajama pants.
So I wear PJ pants for some of these things. Like, look, I can look cute when I have to, but today is not the day.
If I'm gonna sit here in this hot ass room for 3 hours, I am wearing pajama pants.
You're gonna be in PJ pants, exactly. So don't know if you have your camera on, but this is a 3D printed and painted mandible or jawbone from Paranthropus. And this is a human in my other hand. So like the molar size is just kind of extraordinary.
Wow.
But they're weird. And the reason I'm bringing all of this up is because despite the fact that they're really, really weird, they are the sister genus to humans, right? To genus Homo. So it's like that like opens up a lot of really interesting questions as to like when these first two genera split off from one another, how much were they interbreeding? Because usually when genera split like that, there's some exchange that goes on for a long period of time. And so the idea of herpes is that herpes started in Paranthropus, but because we hadn't reproductively isolated from them completely, there were still members of genus Homo trying to get it on, like with members of Paranthropus, and members of Paranthropus trying to get it on with members of Homo early on. And so that's what led to this ubiquity of herpes in hominins. That's my understanding of the story so far.
Okay, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense. Like my understanding of like viruses. Now, I think, you can kind of, I think when it comes to like AIDS, I mean, I think I heard like somewhat of a similar story with AIDS, but either way it goes, it's like if we know that viruses are real, and if we know that viruses are real, and if like depending on whatever, especially if it's like COVID, I think it's the very fact that viruses can adapt and we can get different variations of viruses. You think that does that make sense? Like, is that kind of like a good, kind of like a very basic way of like, hey, we know that AIDS used to be a virus and another AIDS, and they came to us, and how these viruses are able to mutate into different forms. Yeah.
You could talk about it with viruses, like you could talk about it with regard to HIV, you could talk about it with COVID, you could talk about it with the common cold, right? I mean, why do you have to get a flu shot every year? It's because the flu is like an incredibly volatile, like, critter, right? I mean, it's really, really mutagenic, I guess, I don't know if that's the proper word for it, but its genome changes all the time. And so as a result, the types of vaccines that you use to inoculate against the flu this year don't work next year because the flu has evolved since then to be, effectively a different type of illness. And so your vaccines aren't going to work the same way. I mean, you could talk about it the same way with bacterial resistance, where you get some kind of bacterial infection, right? And so we throw penicillin or other antibiotics at it until it kills all of the bacteria. But if 0.0001% of those bacteria survive, and then they start reproducing like crazy, and you hit that person with the same antibacterial or the same antibiotic a second time, it's not going to work as well because the survivors of that first round survived because they were resistant. So now the entire strain that person has is stronger and more resistant to antibiotics as a whole. And that's where these issues of antibiotic resistance come from. That's why everybody out there, if you get assigned to take antibiotics, you have to take the whole thing, because if you don't, you're helping contribute to antibiotic resistance in bacteria, which is obviously very bad. But it's like, what's cool about this is that you can talk about it in viruses, which are not technically fully alive. You can talk about it in bacteria, which are alive, or you can talk about it in mice, or you can talk about it in mammals, or you can talk about it in fish. It's just like if you throw factors at organisms that naturally select for some over others, you're going to see the evolution of that population over time in response to whatever pressure it is. And I think that's intuitive for most people. I think most people are okay with that conceptually.
Cool. Yeah, and I guess that, everything you explained about Paranthropus, both of you have given me like very good responses that's been helpful. I guess I'll leave you with this super last quick question. Let's say that, like, just how would you react? I know this is like totally random, but like, let's say that one day Ken Ham just comes out and is like, "Hey, I was wrong about creationism." Like, how would you react if something like that would randomly happen?
I mean, I would think something was wrong with him. I would immediately be worried for his health. I would be like, he's got like a tumor pushing on his frontal lobe and he needs to be taken in for a scan. Because if there's anything I know about Ken Ham, it's that he is not even open to changing his mind. And that's how, I mean, you should always be wary of people like that. If there's nothing that could ever change your mind about anything out there, or even about specific things, like you can't even conceive. Eric was talking about this with our caller Stevie earlier, this concept of falsifiability. If there's nothing that someone could present you to change your mind, then you know, you're kind of a lost cause and you know, a waste of breath in the sense of somebody trying to convince you. So given Ken Ham in the past has talked about the fact that like nothing could ever change his mind, if he came out tomorrow and was like, I've changed my mind, I would be like, someone needs to get Bodie on the line and get him to a hospital now, because he's not doing well. Something has happened to him.
I think I'd probably have the same reaction. I'd be probably very shocked, like if you were to come forward and say that truthfully without any type of, you know, like abnormality going on there. I would be like, wow, he really does value truth over his reputation and money. So it's like that would probably be the biggest shock to me, because I think these apologists, as they get more reputable and as they get more money, there's fewer and fewer incentives to actually go for what actually the evidence points to, and more incentive to just simply toe the line and keep the grift going. I don't think a lot of them think it's a grift. Some of them I think do, but yeah, I would be very shocked that the demonstration of values there, I guess, would really shock me, because we've watched enough of some of these apologists to get a really good feel about kind of where they are at on certain things. And as Erika said, Ken Ham is not interested in falsification. You watch their shows, Answers in Genesis, and was it Creationist News or whatever they have. I don't know if they still do that or not. Apologia does a really great, or used to do a lot, really good streams on this, where they were reacting him and reacting to it and talking about this. And you can just see this years long established pattern of what they do and the information they reject and how they cherry pick their data. And it paints a picture as to their motivations and what they want to do with their ministry. So yeah, it would be an absolute shock to me to see a change like that occur. Definitely interesting, but yeah, that would be shocking also.
Yeah, totally. I think that would totally shock the world. But yeah, you know what? I do think both, because I've always wanted to pick Erika's brain and talk to you as well, Eric. This was a lot of fun. This was an absolute honor to talk to you all. Hopefully, maybe in the future I can call again if I have some more questions about other things. But yeah, I really appreciate you guys taking time out to talk to me.
Of
Absolutely,
course.
Kayla. Yeah.
Very kind of you to say that, and best of luck with your uncle.
Yeah. Before you leave, I might want to maybe put a thought in your brain, something that you might want to research, because you and Erika were talking about viruses earlier and how viruses evolve and change. There's actually a flip side to that. In a sense, there's certain viruses that don't evolve and change, at least not by the time they get inserted into our DNA. Have you ever heard of endogenous retroviruses? ERVs?
Vaguely. Yeah, somewhat.
I like this subject a lot, because to me, this is such a strong piece of evidence for common ancestry between us and the other great apes. There's several videos on it you can watch, and there's also other documents you can read, like, studies and such. But essentially, endogenous retroviruses inject their DNA into ours. And when that occurs on a random cell, it's not a big deal. But every once in a while, that DNA will get injected into a reproductive cell, and that reproductive cell is used in reproduction. So that means the offspring that is generated from that cell has a copy of that virus in all of its cells. And then its children, its offspring, will also have that. And so with that basic fact, we can actually look at our DNA and compare it to the other great apes, especially chimps, and we can find over 200 common endogenous retroviruses within our DNA. And if we go back even further, we can see how we have slightly less overlap with the other ancestors, but it paints a picture of foreign DNA getting injected in ours and helping us keep a record of how this DNA has traveled throughout these genomes. It's really fascinating stuff. I recommend you go and watch some videos on it. That might be something you want to bring with your uncle too. It's because it's akin to, like, if I'm sitting here, if I have a team of people copying books, and we're like, let's say like we're copying the dictionary, and then one day somebody comes in and puts 15 pages of a cookbook inside that dictionary, and we're just mindlessly copying it. And now all of a sudden we have all these dictionaries with 15 pages of cookbook inside of it. we can actually look at that and figure out when that happened and what books got affected by it. And, you know, keep on doing that. Like keep on injecting new pages into these books as they get copied. You can paint a picture of how this stuff propagated and actually paints an accurate history of our genetic record in respect with the other great apes. I absolutely recommend you look into that. It's super fascinating. I think there's a channel called Stated Simply or something. I can't remember the exact name.
Stated Clearly.
Stated Clearly. Thank you. Yes. Excellent video on this. And it's exactly that. It states the case clearly. It shows you the evidence, and it shows you what the ramifications are when it comes to, you know, whether we are related to the other great apes or not. Recommend that. You might want to look at it.
Yeah, that's actually very helpful because whenever I saw my YouTube channel, like fighting pseudoscience is going to be a big piece of it because I'm still kind of
cool.
I won't go into it now, but I'm still very stunned that because my Uber driver was telling me that, hey, you go to the Grand Canyon, there's Egyptian pyramids there. They don't want you to see it. I was like, there's no way you believe that. Like, yeah, that's kind of my whole mission.
That's a new one.
But like, yeah, totally. Yeah.
I've never heard that statement before. That's awesome.
Pyramids and Brits. Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's like, sure. Did the aliens put them there? Yeah.
Yeah. Or the
All right, Michaela.
Nephilim, right? Or the Atlanteans. It could have been anybody. Maybe they were all working together.
Hey, you know, the oldest pyramid is about 300 years older than the flood. Maybe the flood like picked it up and like it just kind of floated over and got plopped down. Maybe it's an explanation. It's a coincidence, Stevie. It's just okay. We should probably end it. Michaela, thank you so much for the conversation and everything. And good luck with your uncle.
Good luck, Michaela.
Absolutely. Take care, guys.
Take care.
Yeah. They were a good caller.
Right. Oh yeah. That was great. Yeah, they were awesome. It was a lovely call to end on.
Absolutely.
We have super chats to read.
Oh, right. Yeah, this is not the Sunday show. I can actually read super chats.
This is not the Sunday show. It's super chat time.
What a
I don't
bonus.
know if you know about this, Eric, but yeah. We're already getting started. That's what I thought, and it's from
Oh boy.
So I don't know if you know this. I don't know if you know this, Eric, but the chat thinks that I expressed one time that I am not a fan of puns because I think they're the lowest form of comedy, which is objectively true. Everybody knows it, and they're fighting against it desperately, despite countless, mountains of evidence to support me in my case. That's fine, whatever. As a result, when they super chat in, it's just puns, and it started with just puns. And then they started doing puns that were explicitly related to, and almost exclusively, I'll add too, related to like poop and shitting and doo-doo and like just fecal matter, just because it was just like, they were like, it wasn't bad enough. So as a result, what ends up happening is that in these super chats, I just get to be mad for like probably, an hour at least. So I'm just giving you a heads up so that you're aware. If you're like, wow, it's such a weird one after the other of these garbage jokes over and over and over again from people who love the show but like making Erika mad. Why is that happening? That's why.
So full disclosure, I have contributed to that problem. I have sent in super chats with puns in them, specifically when you were on the show. And for that, I want to say to you. Yeah. So for that, I just want to say I am extremely sorry. I will try not to crack under the pressure of more puns.
Morgan, am I allowed to how many swears can I use on this show?
Many as you feel like.
Fuck you, Eric. That is so rude. Why would you not disclose that at the beginning? I would have turned you down. I would have said I'm not hosting with this guy.
I want to put that clip on my channel. Just Eric, fuck you. Oh God. I have achieved something. I think I never thought I would.
What a shit.
I am so done.
You're garbage, dude. $10 from Zurith Moonbaugh. Here's another night of punishing Erika. Ha ha ha. Haven't heard that one before, Zurith. Haven't heard that one from you specifically before. By the way, I have a message from the furries. One of us. I don't know how many times I have to tell people this too. There's this meme that my mascot, which is a blue gibbon, is somehow a furry mascot. It is not. And I know this because, and I've mentioned this before as well, and there's discourse, but again, I'm right on this as well. There's no way to falsify me on this. Actually, there is. So feel free to. Actually, I was going to say send the evidence, but I don't think it would be safe for work. People don't do furries of apes. A gibbon can't be a furry because the furries are always like wolves or like lions or like they're like cool animals, that aren't humanish. They're never apes. They're never monkeys. It's too close to humans.
Do apes even, like great apes, even have fur, or is it all hair?
Hair and fur, it's the same thing. We only categorize it really based on density. Yeah, it's like it's the same structure.
Okay, gotcha.
It can't be a furry. Is what I'm trying to say. So, thank you, Zurith. Really appreciate that. To the shadow realm with you. I don't want to see you around here again.
And you're stuck with me, Erika, for the rest of the show.
Yeah, I know.
Knowing
I know
what I've done.
Believe me, I know. That has occurred to me in the past 5 minutes.
It made my night. Okay, 5. What are those? Pounds? I don't know that symbol. 5 somethings.
That's
from Jessica. That's a pound. From Jessica. Why don't poos ever keep secrets? Because they might slip out. Hope your day is toiletly ollie awesome and not so shitty. Erika loves poo puns. Love you soon.
This falls into the same categorization. I've said this before. The doo-doo jokes, they fall into 2 categories, constipation and diarrhea. And those are the 2. It's always one of those 2 things. And the only reason Jessica and others like Jessica get passes is when they have very cute profile pics. And that kitty, that looks like my cat, my parents' cat. Well, my cat who lives with my parents. His name is Jude. He's a long fur black cat. That softens the blow.
I have a Siamese who sheds everywhere, and she thinks I'm her personal bed. Yeah, I got so many pictures of her on my lap.
I have a golden retriever, so I empathize with the shedding. In fact, here I'm going to impose this mental imagery on all of you, since you like things that are gross so much. I'm sure it won't bother anybody in the audience. My husband and I have this. We shelled out this year and bought like a nice Roomba, like a really high quality Roomba, because we have all hardwood floors and we have 3 dogs, and one of the 3 dogs is a golden retriever, and she sheds like a monster. She leaves tumbleweeds all across the house. I can sweep, and then 8 hours later, it's like I didn't touch the floor. So I got this Roomba because I was like, this is going to be great. It's going to pick up the hair, and it worked. It works really well. It's a really good Roomba. It's a Shark, so it's not a Roomba, but it's like, Roomba is like a noun these days. So it's like one of those robots that sweeps the floors. But the other day, one of my dogs went outside. I don't know who it was. And they ate a copious amount of grass. Came in, threw up bile and grass all over the floor. And then the Roomba started. We were not home. No. So the Roomba started, ran through the bile, and painted the whole floor of the downstairs with vomit. It took 3 days to get the smell out of the house because it was every corner of it. Was disgusting. It was so gross.
That's a slippery situation.
That's not even relevant because no one fell. It was dry by the time we got back. $5 from Zerth Moonpaw. I don't know if we should keep giving Erika shite about poop puns. Everybody knows toilet humor stinks. That's another one. That's the lower tier, but that's also, it's like, oh, haha, because it smells bad. It's smelly, it stinks because shit smells bad and stinks. So then that's the joke. Thank you, Zereth, for your support for the show. But another very real way, go soak your head.
Hey, folks, keep sending those super chats. Let's break Erika. All right.
I've done this to Forrest before. I will leave, but I will come back probably because I'm contractually obligated to come back.
Yeah. I think we all are, right? I can't. It's like, okay, I just need a timeout. Like timeout. Just say a timeout. I'm going to leave just for like 10 minutes. Yeah, go hug your animals.
It was for effect. Forrest was surprised. He didn't think I had it in me, but I left him waiting for a minute.
It was fur effect. All right.
Yeah,
$10 from Zereth Moonpaw. Yeah. $10 from Zereth Moonpaw. I recently read that Jane Goodall hasn't rejected the idea of Bigfoot-like creatures' existence, indicating things she has seen in her studies. Does that lend any weight to the idea, in your opinion?
Okay, Zereth, you're back in my good graces because this is a good question. And you really needed this because you don't have a cute cat or a cute dog as your PFP. You have a a My Little Pony Sona up there, which is not the same thing. So, to answer your question, I would love nothing more than for Bigfoot to be real, because that would imply, obviously, if Bigfoot was real, and I have this conversation with many people. People want Bigfoot to be a late surviving descendant of Gigantopithecus, right? This 9-foot tall Miocene ape, or not Miocene ape, but a descendant of Miocene ape. These things were huge, but Gigantopithecus was not a biped we don't have any support for this thing being a biped. All we really have from it is teeth and jaws, and there's nothing about it that makes us think it was a biped. But you know who was a biped and looked really, really weird and kind of similar to what people draw Bigfoot as is Paranthropus, right? Paranthropus had inline big toes. I guess theoretically the feet could get big, and then you would have a late surviving hominin wandering around the American north. That would be the coolest thing ever. Unfortunately, there is no support that Bigfoot exists. We don't have any corpses. We don't have any scat. We don't have any bones. We don't have any, big bark ripped off of trees with nail marks from some North American primate that isn't a human. We don't have any traces of these things. And to make matters worse, we don't have any of that backwards in time either, right? We don't have any fossil hominin molars or hominoid molars even in the United States. None of it exists, right? People like to point to the Patterson-Gimlin film, the famous with the Bigfoot lumbering across the clearing as evidence for Bigfoot. And I think that's a really, really, really weird video in the sense that it's probably one of the greatest hoaxes of all time. I mean, if you do your due diligence, and I had to do a deep dive into Bigfoot once because I debated one of the biggest Bigfoot guys of our era, Jeffrey Meldrum, who is a paleoanthropologist. He's a real accredited guy, right? And he believes he's a Bigfoot guy. But he works at, where does he work? I think he's at Idaho. But I'm not positive. So when I did this debate with him, I wanted to know everything about what do Bigfoot people say? What do they argue for supporting Bigfoot? And there's a lot of weird stuff around that Patterson-Gimlin film. There's a lot of stuff that's also shady, but as far as hoax costumes go in the 1970s or whenever it was, 1960s, 1970s, it's a damn good costume. It's impressive for the time period. Does that mean that there's a North American hominin wandering around? I don't think so.
Yeah. And the interesting thing about that video is that the shaky cam on that is what really kind of sold it back in the day. But now that we have video stabilization technology and they've done it with that video, you can actually, if you watch that video of the Bigfoot in the clearing stabilized, where Bigfoot is nicely centered in the frame the whole time, it's very obviously a guy in a suit. And it's it's so funny to look at. And I live in the Pacific Northwest. There's Bigfoot culture is up here. Not people saying it's true. It's just a fun thing to play around with. The pizza that I got waiting for me in the kitchen right now is from a place called Pagliacci, and they have Bigfoot on their boxes because it's just a part of the fun culture up here.
And it's cool. It's a cool idea. But I think people like Jane Goodall and there were people who were alive when the film first came out, like Grover Krantz, actual paleoanthropologists or people who study biomechanics, who looked at the footage and they looked at, the claims that people were making, and they were like, it's an intriguing video, but until there's more, it's only a video, right? I mean, that's what it is. And so I think Dr. Goodall falls into a similar category where she's willing to entertain the idea because it would just be so awesome. And because it's a weird video. But you would think that if there was a North American hominin, we would have more by now.
Yeah. And obviously, the Jane Goodall comment here is being filtered through Zurich, and so it's probably a little different than whatever she said about it. But just taking this at face value, she's not accepting as true or as false. The idea here is that not rejected, and that's totally fine. There's tons of ideas, tons of claims that I don't necessarily reject as. When I say reject, I say declare as false. I might reject something because there's just simply no evidence to support it, but that's not me stating that it's false. And I have a feeling that Jane Goodall is probably saying something very similarly here, that this is not something that we can slap the false label on, but not something we can slap a true label on either. It's just belief agnostic and until better evidence is here. I want to think that's what she's saying there, and that's likely is, considering the type of scientist she is.
I remember seeing the quote from her years ago. Again, this was when I was preparing for this debate with Dr. Meldrum. And I remember reading it and thinking that it was more of she read it and she was like, oh, the video's weird and it'd be cool if it was true. And I guess we haven't searched the entirety of the Pacific Northwest, but like to me, that reads the same as the Graham Hancock, like, oh, until we comb the entire ocean floor, we can't prove that Atlantis wasn't real.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you know, I would love it. I would love nothing more than for there to be a surviving hominin that isn't a human, like lurking around, hiding in the forest, but I don't find it compelling at present. Sorry.
Yeah.
$5 from Regato. Hi, Erika. When my son was young, he asked me if trees poop. I said, well, son, where do you think number 2 pencils come from? Regato is falling into the trap that many of them are falling into these days, which is that you have to tell an elaborate story to make the joke make sense, which then turns it into a sort of pun story play joke, which to me, I try to like rank them in badness. It makes it less bad than it could be. I hate the straight pun ones the most. But Regato also gets off easy because I always get to see their cat, which I do like.
So is that where you draw the line on pencil puns? Is you have to be set up very efficiently?
Where I draw the line with pencil puns is where the lead goes directly through your frontal lobe as I stab you in the face with my pencil, because that was so bad.
I'm okay with this.
You're all lucky that you're not seeing me in person, because if be careful, if you see me at BajaCon, I'm 11 stories tall and quite large. I might attack you.
The headline the next day is Wild Gibbon attacks person at a con.
And it'll go to like that. That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't want to mess with this.
Oh man. Okay. All right. So hey, folks, if I am ever John Wick with a pencil, we got prime suspect number 1 here.
Not even a suspect. It'll be like
Are you just going to pre-admit to the crime then? You're just going to pre-admit to the crime here?
You got me on premeditation here, for sure. Caught red-handed.
All right, $5 from Bryce Barnett. Erika, if you ever do another animation, then I'd love to convert it to 3D so you can release it on your channel if you want. Also, you're the best Bandicoot.
Bryce Barnett is so sweet. Bryce did a 3D version of the previous animation. It rocked. So I would love to do another animation. Honestly, I have these lofty ideas where I script these videos and I'm like, oh, and then I'll do, I'll animate this part and then I'll animate that part and just little snippet sections. But animation is very time consuming the way that I do it because I don't use AI and I'm not a very talented animator. So it's frame by frame. Old-fashioned way animation, so it takes forever. So someday, yes, just not now because I'm in the throes of doing statistical analyses, sectioning teeth still for my dissertation, and then I'm probably going to be spending the fall writing it. So maybe animations, hopefully animations, and if so, you please put them into 3D. That would be amazing. $10 from Green Man Dave. Erika, make that 2 crocheted gibbons, a male and a female, color not anatomy. See you at BajaCon. Greenman Dave, it means so much to me, 1, that you did these 2 gibbons, and then 2, that they're dichromatic, and that you recognize that that's dichromatism and different from dimorphism. I love that. That makes me feel like that's all I want people to take away is the dimorphism know-how from me, and monomorphic versus dimorphic in apes. I love it. Thank you, and I can't wait to see you there. This is more of this, less of me having to kill you all.
I'm actually looking at BajaCon. I thought I was going to go this year. Maybe not. I'll have to look at that later.
You should. All right, you shouldn't come, Eric.
I probably shouldn't at this point because my life is in definite danger if I were to show my face.
I'm bringing this bad boy's coming with me. Yeah.
I better like bring out like a eraser headband or something, protect myself. 1999 from Kevlar 8. Selected ... thinking face. Selected.
Stevie's
talking about evolution? Oh, okay.
I don't understand this. Is it like selected because it's like that implies agency, maybe, Kevlar? Is that the idea?
He's
like it's like, oh, if it's
Stevie's
selected, then there's agency.
Where he kept saying selected and using it wrong.
Okay, so misapplication of a term. Okay, I've done that before too.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
I see. I gotcha. Oh yay! $10 from the Raven 200. I just got done working for a chaotic security shift for a baseball game. People are dumb. So here's a cool pun for you, Erika. What do you call a baseball player who throws a tantrum? A bad sport. I wish the baseball game had been more chaotic for you, the Raven 200. I wish you were still there and not here leaving me these puns. Because that's not even really a pun, right? Because it's like he plays the sport.
Yeah.
So he's a bad sport. Like, I guess there's a connection. I just that you can do better than that. That's weak.
Okay, we got. I'm drawing a blank on the baseball puns. Like my brain's going from.
Good. You're taking psychic damage from me right now.
I am just. Yeah, I feel it. Trust me.
Yeah.
All right, $9.99 from Destroy Fascism. Keep up the great work. Best host on the line. Thank you, Destroy Fascism. Really appreciate that.
We should destroy fascism. I'm honestly, by saying that, that's probably considered political these days, which is crazy. $5 from.
Actually, before you go into that, I don't know if anybody's watched the latest season of Andor, the Star Wars show Andor. 2 seasons. They just wrapped it up, and that's all they're going to make. So that's the entire complete show, and that show is an amazing story around common people standing up to fight fascism. I absolutely recommend watching it. I think it's probably the best Star Wars product ever put out under the Disney flag. And I know it's not saying a lot, but it is really good.
That's high praise. What the hell?
Oh, whoa.
I just glitch out there
you
for a
went
second.
all green.
I just went into the Matrix. I'm coming for you, Eric. I'm zooming through the. I'm coming from cyberspace. Put the
digital
out of your
digital
webcam
arms are to come out of my camera and strangle me.
$5 from Secular Felinist with our comrade Kitty PFP. What do a Ferengi and a Bajoran have in common? They both seek profits. Ferengi? What is this?
You must not be a Star Trek fan.
No, I'm not.
Well, I have to explain this joke. If I have to explain this joke, it's going to completely kill it. Oh my god! All right, so I'm going to.
It's already dead. It's DOA.
I just put on my Star Wars hat. Now I got to take it off on my Star Trek hat. In Star Trek, there are 2 races. One's called the Ferengi. They're ultra capitalists, and then there's another race called the Bajoran, and they worship these gods, these aliens that they call the prophets. So ultra capitalists seek profits. The Bajorans seek profits. It's a pun.
It's crazy how that didn't make me laugh at the joke. It's crazy how that didn't make the joke better for me. In fact, arguably, it made it worse because now I know how low-hanging it was.
Secular, if it makes you feel any better, when I read that earlier when you posted it, I gave it a chuckle because I understood it. So, but Erika, we got to get you through like a Star Trek regimen. We need to get you up. There's about
I know. I'm
there's
so
like a couple
behind on my
thousand
media
hours
in
to
general.
go through. It's like a couple thousand hours of Star Trek to get through.
I've heard it's so wonderful. Like, I know it's so wonderful. I just have not, and I know I would like it. I just haven't gotten around to watching because it is kind of daunting, right? It's like if someone was like, "Oh, you should watch One Piece," I'd be like, "In theory, yes, but there's like 6,000 episodes, so I don't know if I have that on my I don't have the bandwidth."
What is that called? Something paralysis, like selection paralysis or something like that, where you're just overwhelmed by the options in front of you, that it paralyzes you in making a decision. I read a study about this when it came down to like cars, like back when cars were brand new and like all you had was like the Ford Model T. Very easy to select a car. When there's like the Ford Model T and maybe like 1 or 2 other competitors, very easy to select a car. But today, when you have like literally hundreds of options, it can be overwhelming and actually overload your ability to make a decision that you're comfortable with. Because every time you are going to select one, you're like, well, maybe I'm making the wrong one. Maybe there's a much better option over here that I'm just simply currently oblivious to. But when it comes to Star Trek, just start probably Next Generation, start about season 3. I know it's logical to start at season 1 and don't do that with Next Generation, just 3. Watch it to the end. then go back and watch some of the select highly rated episodes of season 1 and 2, and then you'll be good. That'll be a good start. From there, you'll go to Deep Space Nine, and then you'll probably go into Voyager. So I recommend that.
Okay, all right. I'll add that to my list instead of just doing what I normally do, where I get decision paralysis and watch seasons 2 through 11 of The Simpsons for the 100th time.
Oh my god! Is that kind of like The Office? You just have it on in the background.
I was a perpetual Simpsons watcher for a very long time. My husband is big into Futurama too, so we've got our like Matt Groening, between the two of us. Futurama's phenomenal. I don't love Futurama, but the reason The Simpsons became like I had all the box sets growing up, and so it was like like a comfort watch for me.
Yeah, right. Sorry, the delay in my camera. Right here, my Futurama boxes right there. If I move out of the frame, you might be able to see it.
God, Futurama's so good.
Maybe not.
It's not going to focus, but and honestly, I've enjoyed even when it's come back to some degree, but there's a couple times like the episodes when it comes back are always of lower quality.
It loses something. It's kind of like Jon Snow coming back from the dead. Like a piece is left behind, and it's kind of hard to explain.
Yeah, and it's better. Yeah, it's just some things. It's better to leave them be. I actually feel that way about a lot. I've been feeling that way about the Disney remakes lately. You can just leave something alone. Like media is good, and you don't have to it doesn't have to perpetually cannibalize itself, right? Like you can just let it be good and stay that way and quit messing with it. On the other hand, I did go see Final Destination Bloodlines the other day, and I thought that was great. So sometimes when they bring stuff back, as long as they put a twist on it, it can be good, but I don't give a shit about the Disney remakes.
I saw a picture of that. Is Tony Todd in that movie? Oh, Tony Todd's in all of Bloodline movies. Okay. Tony Todd is an amazing actor, and he has played several roles in Star Trek. So, I'm checking connections there.
Oh, I know. And he just passed away. I'm sure you saw this. He just died. And so they had
he did, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, and so they just had a wonderful little send off to him at the end of Final Destination because he played like the creepy mortician through all of or the coroner. No, mortician. Yeah, mortician, I think. Whatever. Through all of the Final Destination movies, he was awesome. His voice is like silk. I love that guy.
Yeah, Tony Todd's pretty awesome. He started main character in probably one of the most emotional episodes of Deep Space Nine I have ever watched. It was amazing piece of acting and writing, and it was beautiful. Yeah, if you get into that,
brother, you're gonna
see him.
You're a completely total Trekkie.
Oh, I am. I'm a huge sci-fi nerd. I got way more sci-fi knowledge. I got way more sci-fi knowledge in my head than real knowledge. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Well, if we're including shitposting media and YouTube video essays, episodes of The Simpsons, probably season 1 through 3 of quoting SpongeBob SquarePants and Pokemon, there's also a lot of like held up real estate in my brain that I could probably be using better, but I won't. 1999 from Kevlar 8. To get Eric's opinion, possibly on the matter, what does he think about this study on selection? I said the same thing. When he was reading that line from the abstract, he was like talking about selection and how fitness did not go down, it went up with the mutational load. And so it's like, I don't know. I mean, this is why I'm saying like genetic entropy as a creationist concept doesn't work, but also it doesn't work because it requires just changing the definition of evolution by changing the definition of fitness. Yeah. Okay, but we're not talking about the same thing anymore then.
I was meaning to ask during the conversation, but I didn't want to like get in the way because I said it was well out of my wheelhouse. But it seemed like his argument was that like mutational cruft builds up in our genetics until one day something tips it over the edge. It's kind of like it's a slowly building a bomb in our DNA. And then all of a sudden one mutation is just going to light that fuse. But it seemed to me that there was a fundamental misunderstanding of how changes like that propagate throughout a species. And then if that is the case, and let's say that is the case, and all of us have this complex series of indetectable mutations that could perhaps be detrimental to our survival. The moment a descendant of this species has that mutation to light that fuse, wouldn't they destruct before being able to propagate that change to the rest of the species? Yes. There would have to be some type of delayism for that to propagate and become a problem. And how does that even work? Like, yeah,
it seems like the problem.
Yeah. It seems like it's self-defeating.
exactly the
just
problem.
just the definition of itself is self-defeating.
No, you hit the nail on the head, and that's what I was trying to get across to him, is that it's like, if it's nearly neutral, right, and it's just slightly deleterious to fitness, it's still being selected against. The moment that it's impacting fitness in any shape, form, or fashion, it's culled from the population. It's selected against. But the reason this doesn't resonate with them is because a lot of creationists and the people who push genetic entropy are really bad about this. They redefine fitness to mean something that it isn't. So to them, fitness is like basically adherence to the original state of the genome. That's the best I can understand as to what they're meaning. So there's no such thing as a deleterious mutation that can be beneficial. There's no such thing as something that is beneficial in one context but detrimental in another. To them, that's just deleterious. That's just bad. Okay, but that's not how any of this works. Like, that's just not how this works. But whatever, it's fine.
Yeah, like I don't think we ever witnessed a species completely collapse because of something in their genetics just suddenly got triggered one day and like they all died. Like we've never seen that. Yeah, so it's very odd idea.
They try to talk about it, but it only works as a concept if you have zero selection, which is why I thought he was going to take it down the Kimura near neutral, or the neutral theory route, but I don't even think we were that far along yet.
Okay.
I think this is you.
Once again, I think this is me, and once again, I am going to display ignorance of symbols. 5 somethings, C's with
Euros.
2 lines through it. Euros. I was going to say it's like Ferengi money, but okay, that's fine. 5 euros. From Marty Capdevila Giavoto, which is your name. As a linguist, Stevie's point on language is just wrong. Surface level reading on linguistics will explain it. Something clearly has never done. Well,
Eric, you're
hopefully,
bad.
I'm clipping.
Yeah, your audio.
Maybe I should tone it down a little bit. I'll try it. All right. Well, I'll see what I can do with my microphone. Go ahead, Erika. If you want to go to the next one.
Just leave and rejoin while I'm reading the next one.
Okay.
Wait, is it me? Is it me, Morgan? Am I the problem?
No, not at all.
Yes, that's so rare. Yes, I concur, Marty. Honestly, I'm not a linguist, so I don't know enough about like the evolution of languages, but I know that you can do a phylogeny on them, which is why, like, in my head, I was like, okay, well, I know we have more primitive versions of language, like proto-language in extant primates, but I don't know that he would consider those to be languages, so I didn't go down that road. My thoughts on the matter. $5. Oh wait, this is also from Marty. We didn't read this one, right? Okay, €5 from Marty Capdevila Giavoto. Very Italian. Every time Stevie's points are countered, he says, that's a good point, but what about this? And so the goalposts move on and on and on. He cares not. Yeah. I mean, I was getting the same vibe. To Stevie's credit, he does have this idea of like what he wants to talk about when he comes on, and he tries to keep it on topic, which is good. But the problem is, there's always more to it than just the topic at hand, and so you kind of can't help but touch on some of these other things. And I guess to his credit, it's hard to like learn this stuff or read up on it on the fly. So, but yes, I don't know. I mean, you encounter that a lot with creationists.
Yeah, what about
not in the benign way.
What about ism is it's something that can affect all of us, because once we realize, we feel like, okay, we're weakening on a certain point or position, we need to just pivot to something else. Talk about something that we're stronger in. And I think somebody who's really seeking truth will want to drill down into the fine details and stick with 1 or 2 points and discuss it fully before moving on to something else. Because a whole lot of bad reasons does not equal one good reason. So if you think you have a good reason and it's turning out that reason is not so good, some other reason you think is good is not going to shore up this reason that we're currently working on. So pivoting is pretty pointless. Anyway, 1999 from Kevlar8. Have cucumbers and tomatoes ripened and mutated as a delicious treat for me, or me for them? That's a good question. Kevlar, have you ever watched a Little Shop of Horrors? Because I think it explores these philosophical questions about, are we here to eat them? Or are they here to eat us?
I would pose an alternative. What's the difference, right? Because if it's delicious and you eat it, then you're going to plant more of the seeds, which means the fitness of that individual just skyrocketed. Mm-hmm. So once humans become involved, it gets a little bit dicey.
You just dropped a pun.
No, You've
turned into what you hate. Tomatoes, dicey.
What are you talking about?
You just dropped a tomato pun.
You know it, dude. That's such a
turned into what you hate.
No, if it's not intentional, it doesn't count. $4.99 from Life is Literary.
Just moving on from this. Folks in the chat, I need you to tell me whether that was a tomato pun or not.
No, it only counts if it's on purpose. $4.99 from Life is Literary. You really covered a lot there. If you considered the 4,500-year-old tree is also nuh-uh. I also liked, have you considered that the 4,800-year-old tree is just not 4,800 years old? And I was like, well, yeah, I guess not. I guess it
that was something Stevie betrayed there when we were asking him about falsification, because I asked him, I didn't say we had a tree that was 10,000 years old. As far as I know, we don't. But if we did, would that falsify it? And he went towards, said something along the lines of like, I would have to look at the dating method. I have to be absolutely sure in the dating method. And if that's the case, then why are we talking about trees at all? Because if you're not absolutely sure in the dating method, why are you supporting the dating method when it falls on your side of the timeline? And you're more skeptical of it if it falls on the other side of the timeline, which falsifies the flood narrative. Why would that be the problem there? That was kind of something I picked up on. Yeah,
that one was frustrating to me as well.
Yeah. All right, so €5 from Marti Capdevila Giavoto. Once again, isn't there a Tasmanian brush literally 40,000 years old? I know of a Neptune grass in Ibiza, estimated to be at least 12K years old. And I think Margan in the chat dropped something about a forest being 10 to 12,000 years old. Yeah.
The thing about this is that good. You got.
I was going to say, just because we can't identify a single organism as being over a certain age, a collection of organisms could potentially be much. Organisms would have to be older than the individual organisms themselves. Like, that's just logical. We apparently have collections of organisms that we can date back beyond the line of the flood, which I think is 2400 BCE. And we're just talking about living things too. Like, we have plenty of man-made structures, things that are not organic, that are far older than the flood narrative. So, why are we ignoring those and only worrying about trees?
There's a lot of those. Like, a lot of people I saw in the chat were like, oh, what about, these clonal organisms, or, there's the seagrass mentioned, or like coral atolls and things like that. And it's like, that is all true. But like, my experience with creationists is generally like, when you bring that up, that's just a completely different rabbit hole about why they don't trust the dating methods of that, right? A completely different rabbit hole. They'll be like, well, how do you know that blah, blah, blah? I mean, there's a million different things that you can have a conversation about there, to be fair, but it's like, it becomes another conversation. And then it's like, it's weird because they'll be like, I don't trust the dating methods of the coral, and I also don't trust the dating methods of the clonal trees, and I also don't trust the dating methods of the Tasmanian brush. And it's like, they don't trust all of the dating methods of these three separate organisms that just so happen to converge on this same old age for the Earth that's older than 6,000 to 10,000 years in different ways, right? Awfully big coincidence. $5 from Monkey to Typewriter. Up here in the Pacific Northwest, we have a humongous fungus. Here we go again. A 2,385-acre fungal mat estimated to be 8,650 years old. But hell, maybe that's God. I'm so suspicious of fungi in general. I think that they're hiding something.
Another Star Trek connection in Star Trek Discovery, which is a more recent show. They traverse the galaxy on something called a mycelial network, or basically a network of space fungus that's like throughout the galaxy, and they can like teleport using it. It is like really deep science fiction slop, but it's science. It's like more recently to make them be able to like instantly teleport throughout the galaxy, and then they immediately had to like bury it because they realized that this prequel with this technology would like completely disrupt the rest of the timeline. And it's like, Star Trek is such a mess. It's such a delightful terrible, terrible dumpster fire, and it's great. I love watching it.
But you can love it for that.
Yeah. I mean, I recognize it for what it is. It's just fun. Who cares? $9.99 from Kevlar8. Science solves everything, including intuition. Science solves everything, including intuition. Not sure how to parse that statement. Because I would say that there's things that science probably can't solve, more philosophical questions. So, I don't know. Maybe you want to elaborate.
$5 from City Rayburn. I asked a bonobo for dating advice. He told me to stop doing drugs. There's no way a bonobo would tell you to stop doing drugs, though. Like, a bonobo would be like, who's your dealer? For sure, a bonobo would be in on that.
Bonobos would be all for what aphrodisiac, right? Considering their culture and the way they handle problems.
Everything. I mean, they'd be into the ecstasy for sure, but they'd be down for whatever. Those guys are, those guys are awesome.
And they're our closest. Bonobos are our closest cousins, right? Even closer than chimpanzees and gorillas, right?
Guy, you can't ask me that question. Wrong? It depends on what you're measuring. So this is what's cool is that we share an equal amount, approximately, of DNA with bonobos as we do with chimps. But there's like a small percentage of that shared DNA that we share with bonobos that they don't share with chimps, and that we share with chimps that chimps don't share with bonobos. And the reason is because of this thing called incomplete lineage sorting, where like when all of us were, when our lineages were all in existence at the same time, there was still a lot of interbreeding that was possible. And the way that interbreeding was happening was like not in a perfect triangle. It was weird. It's a really weird deal. So same, but in a different way.
Gotcha. So basically, the great apes knew how to party, is basically what we're saying.
They knew how to party, for sure. Well, that's why we got herpes from Paranthropus, so.
Oh, man. That's, well.
Just saying.
Maybe we can get a scientist go back in time and like kind of teach them, hey, you got to be careful, you got to use protection, lay off the drugs, make some better choices.
We got our pubic lice from gorillas, too. Just us.
And that scientist comes forward, and that scientist comes back to the present, and mankind's just gone. It's like, oh, oops, maybe we needed those mistakes.
Yeah, for sure. Except on the wrong butterfly.
Yeah. Okay, $5 from June Urek. God, I'm going to give you problem-solving brains and then fake billions of years of history, then burn you for getting the wrong answer. LOL. And yeah, that is such a great thing to say. Like, why is everything presented to us, when looked at objectively, tell us that the Earth is old, tell us that we are related to all other organisms on the planet, tell us that there was no flood? Like, why does all the evidence scream this? And then there's this almighty, all-loving, all-powerful, all-knowing God up there who expects us to forego the use of our logical faculties, forego the use of our brains, accept a thing based on bad evidence or accept it under threats. Why? Like, this is just so wildly inconsistent with the character of supposedly this God. Why would a God do this? I can do a better job than this.
I saw this incredible quote from Dan Biddle in their creation conference this year, Genesis Apologetics' creation conference, which, I don't know how much content of mine the people who work there at Genesis Apologetics, IGA, ICR see. I know they see some of it because they occasionally do content on me, so I think that's very funny that I'm living rent-free in some of their minds, maybe. But Dan Biddle said something that was very interesting, and what he said was effectively that in order to accept creationism, and I'm paraphrasing here, he was basically like, you effectively have to believe it first, and then you can start seeing the evidence for it. And it's like, brother, that's your problem right there, right? Like he was like, you have to trust that it's right. Nope, that's not how this works. You cannot come to the correct conclusion by choosing your conclusion on the outset. You inoculate yourself against all opposing data. You just can't, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah. And imagine taking that epistemology or taking that approach at seeking truth and applying it to just about anything else. Imagine you go to the doctor with an illness and you want to get diagnosed and cured, and they pick the illness first and then find all the evidence they can in order to confirm that conclusion. Or let's say you're on trial for a crime, like inevitably when Erika finds me and murders me with a pencil, she will eventually go to a trial. And can you imagine if the judge and the jury said, we're going to select this conclusion that Erika is guilty, and now we're going to find evidence to support that. We would look at this and go, no, this is absurd. We should be doing the opposite. We should be remaining agnostic or unselective towards any conclusions until evidence is built to point to something. So yeah, I like doing that. I like comparing and contrasting creationists' epistemology and how insane that would be if we were to apply it to literally anything else in our society.
For sure. In the same vein, 999 from Kevlar 8, the Earth is littered with transitions over millions of years. Come on now, the missing link is not missing. That one drives me absolutely crazy, right? Because like the fossil record has, like Darwin would have, if he could transport to the future and see all of the transitional fossils we have now, it would kill him because he would be like, this is so exciting, my heart is just going to give out. And what's wonderful is that he actually lived to see the discovery, or the publication, I guess I should say, of Neanderthals, of Homo neanderthalensis, and of Archaeopteryx, and of the horse series that Thomas Huxley put out, and indeed many others. And right, like in the years leading up to his death, he was like, how fortunate am I to have gotten to see this? He was like, I can't believe how much the fossil record has filled out already. How much will it fill out in the future is just going to blow people's minds. And you know, of course, that came to fruition in wonderful detail. But creationists don't really know or care about that. And so you have to walk through each transition and explain what's going on there, and how an autapomorphy works, and how a synapomorphy works, and what a symplesiomorphy is. It's a mess.
Yeah. And on top of that too, like while the fossil record is super valuable to have and all those things, it's great supplementary data. I think there's evidence within the fossil record of evolution. I don't know, what's your idea about this? Like, let's say tomorrow the fossil record would just completely disappear out of our history books and our records and everything. Genetics itself is enough to show evolution as being true. Like the fossil record at this point, I don't want to call it obsolete, but it's almost like supplementary information, the supplementary data and evidence that augments the genetic record. I think genetics is probably our best and foremost piece of evidence or argument for evolution.
Yeah, I mean, it's really wonderful, right? Because like morphology is reflective to some degree of the genome, which is why you know, morphology was used in the past, because we didn't know that genetics existed. And you know, the modern synthesis was really wonderful in that it brought together the geneticists and the zoologists and the paleontologists and said, okay, like actually all of this works together. So, you know, I would propose, I mean, I agree with you that you could prove, insofar as something can be proved in science, evolution without the fossil record. For sure you could do that. Yeah. I mean, you would just have to look at how organisms change now and what their genes look like now and what they look like in, you know, take a sample population of anything and look at their genomes now and then look at it in 10 years at a population level, and then look at sequence a bunch of genomes and see what you see. And you're going to be able to say, okay, these mechanisms are causing this change. If you take that far enough back in time, you're going to have, you know, a last universal common ancestor for everything. Like you could for sure do that. But I would take the modern synthesis position and say that I think all three of those lines complement one another beautifully.
Absolutely.
Right? And so it's like, you know, I mean, that's, I don't know. Like, I think that fossils are a unique tool for, you know, lay people, I guess I should say, because it's just like so, it's you can pick it up and touch it. You don't need a background in genetics.
Like tangible.
To pick up a fossil and say, look at this.
You can look at, because like genetics is so complex, and like there's so many things about genetics that I don't understand, and there's terminology, and there's the mechanism by which this works is so complex. But yeah, when you have two skulls and you can pick it up and you can describe the ridges and the spacing and the separations and draw this timeline like you have on your back shelf back there of all these skulls, it's like you can see the development over time. And yeah, I think it's great. Like the genetic, I mean, the fossil record is great. It's what we started with. And if evolution is true, then we expect future discoveries to support it. And when genetics was discovered, what do you know? Genetics also supports it. We have similar DNA. We can do things like study the ERVs, like I mentioned earlier, and a record of how ERVs were introduced when and where in our genetic code and how we share them with others, with the other great apes. And And if evolution wasn't true, see these cross-cutting fields, evolution wouldn't cross-cut across multiple fields and find support in those fields. If evolution was false, then we wouldn't see that, but we do. We have good evidence that a theory or that an idea of science is true is when multiple fields are supporting it, and the findings of those multiple fields support that theory. That's why evolution is so strong. It would be absolutely yeah. It would be absolutely spectacular. Yeah, exactly. It's like it's built into science so deeply at this point. It would absolutely be spectacular for it to be overturned by something else. I don't want to say impossible because I hate it when people say things that are impossible when they don't have the full picture. But it is so fundamentally built into science now and supported by so many fields. It would just be catastrophically mind blowing to somehow show that it's false, that we somehow got this far on a false theory. It would be incredible.
Well, and I don't think the new data and the new theory would have to explain everything that we already have better than the theory of evolution does currently. Yeah. It would need to make accurate predictions about the future better than evolution does currently, right? And then you would need a viable explanation for how the hell we missed it for 150 years. I mean, you'd need a lot. You could do it, but you'd need a lot.
Yeah. And also have to explain how the theory of evolution, the now falsified theory of evolution, accurately predicted so many things. How were we able to determine how to create flu vaccines and other vaccines and correct genetic problems with our species without any of that being true? Like, how do we reach those true conclusions based off of a false theory like that? That will all have to be explained. And it gets to a point where it's like, well, it's not impossible, but the possibility of that is so vanishingly small at this point, we can probably count it as an impossibility. Yeah, science, gotta love it. I think this is you.
Yay! $5 from Soupy Dude. Erika, have you heard the recent evidence that ancient apes, see, I saw this one in the chat earlier, and I got excited when I read the first half, used shitty forms of handheld illumination. They're being called coprolites, which is fossilized doo-doo. Thanks so much, Soupy Dude. Really wonderful stuff here. And also, serious points docked because your PFP is just you little jerk, and no cat and no dog to dock points from you being the victim of my next crime spree.
See, I think scientists missed an opportunity there. They should have called crapolites, but that's just me. All right, $4.99 from Vegas.
That's why they're better. They're better than all you people.
They are.
You evil creatures.
$4.99 from Vegas Pam. Utah, Mormonon in the house. My own personal Al Jesus was Mormon. I don't even know how to
Vegas Pam, I don't know what any of that means, but you do you, girlfriend. I'm assuming.
This is quite.
I guess I didn't assume. I just went with Pam.
Yeah,
so
this is quite the thing because I'm from Las Vegas and my mother's name was Pam. So I was looking at that and going, "Oh wow, what a coincidence." Weren't Mormons though? We were Jehovah's Witnesses, so kind of close. Yeah. Mormonon in the house. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
I feel like Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses are close, and that they're both sort of like actually, I'm pretty sure this is a Star Trek meme, so you'll like this, where it's like, oh, do you two know each other? Are you two friends? And it's like, yes, no. Like, yes, that's, no. Oh, Christians, are Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses a part of your group? And Christians are like, no. And Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons are like, yes we are.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. That's one of the lessons
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, that's one of the lessons I had to learn as I got into the atheist community is that because my entire life I considered myself a Christian. I still considered myself a Christian because I believed in Jesus. I believe Jesus sacrificed to save himself for us. I just didn't believe in the Trinity. Jesus and Jehovah are two distinct entities in the Jehovah's Witness religion. And one thing I had to come to terms with is how many Christians that I've talked to tell me that I was not a Christian because I did not adopt the Trinity. And to that I say well, okay, take it up with the other Christians. And once you guys reach the consensus, come back to me and I'll go with whatever you guys agree to. But yeah, it's interesting because most Christians look at Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons and they go, nope, they're not Christians. And Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons are like, yep, we're Christians.
Yep.
So
it's really, also bold because Protestants will even be like, Catholics are not Christians. Like, there are Protestants out there who will be like, we don't count the Catholics as part of our group. And it's like, dude, you came from them. That's an insane thing to say.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. And it's amazing how these contradictory ideas can come from the book. It's as if this book was not written by a god, or at least written by an incompetent god.
That's crazy talk.
Some food for thoughts. This one's you, I think. Right?
Oh, 99 from Kevlar 8. We must study. Well said, Erika. I'm a big fan of studying things, and that's because I am to terms with the fact that I do not know anything. And people are very kind to me when I'm online, and they're like, wow, Erika, encyclopedic knowledge about hominins. Nope. Talk to some of my professors for 5 minutes, and you'll be like, wow, Erika does not know shit about this subject. But one of the things that I am an expert on, and I do believe that I am an expert on this topic, I get to wear my expert crown and feel holier than thou. I think I know creationist arguments better than most people on the face of this earth. I think that I think I am in the upper echelon of people on this planet that know creationist arguments and creationist minutia. So I'm giving myself that.
All right, we got $10 from Roland. Nat Geo stream about paying goat 2 different species, macaroni and rock hopper. They had 2 chicken. They stated this in evolution and named them rockaroni. Is this correct?
I feel like it's not, but only because of how it sounds. It sounds like it's meant to be a pun joke, and that makes me distrust it.
Yeah, I was looking for the pun in there. Rockaroni, macaroni, rock hopper, rockaroni. What was rockaroni referred to?
They had 2 chicken. Roland Bach, is this? I don't think this is real.
Yeah,
I'm checking chat. Chat's going to be like,
the joke?
Oh, actually,
could that be the joke? It's not a pun, but it's designed to look like one to make us like obsess over it and think.
I don't know. I'm checking the chat. No one in the chat is saying that, like, no one in the chat is elucidating this. So I'm going to go ahead and believe that this is meant to be a gag at our expense.
I think so. If that's the case, well done, Roland. Yes, I will.
$9.99 from Deconstruction
I appreciate
Zone.
a good pun. I appreciate a good pun, but I don't like non-puns in disguise. That's crossing the line.
Yeah,
for me.
so we're shaking our fists. $9.99 from Deconstruction Zone. Erika sold out to Big Dino. The bones were obviously planted by aliens to power the Jewish space lasers. That's true. The Smithsonian cuts me a massive check to lie about fossils. I mean, you should see the gargantuan home that I live in, and only the greatest clothing and only the finest foods and drinks as I putter around in my Honda CR-V. Please.
I'm wondering where my check's from, because I'm here supporting Erika in all this. Like, where's my money? Big science.
Yeah. You gotta contact George Soros first. Yeah, that's where the money it filters through him.
Oh, okay. Silly me. $5 from Monkey at Typewriter. Erika's attitude towards creationists makes me feel like she is lucky she was never offered candy by a stranger in a van as a kid. Hashtag given on the milk carts.
I'm super naive. But the thing is, I don't think I'm very gullible on topics. I'm just very naive about people. I just assume that people are generally good. I had a nice streak where I wasn't doing that after the most recent election. I had a little bit of a nihilist arc where I was like, oh, people are generally bad, actually. And so it was good for a while, but I'm rebounding. Or I guess I'm relapsing would be a better way of putting it.
I've done the same thing too, where I just give people the benefit of the doubt. I want to believe that people are interacting with me in good faith. And there's been some calls at the end of the call. I'm like, yep, I think I read that wrong, because they revealed their hand, they're trying to troll, they start laughing, or they drop a slur or something like that. But I want to give people the benefit of the doubt. I want to treat everybody like they're coming at me in good faith. But I think it's just kind of something that's like a skill you calibrate over time. You start to kind of pick up on markers at conversations and start coming to that realization sooner, hopefully. So learn a skill.
I hope that's true, because I'm getting the Fell For It Again award every single time. Like, I'm the soy jack with the Fell For It Again ribbons all over, because I just can't. I'm the same way. I get to the end of the conversation and I'm like, wow, this was a huge waste of my time, and they knew it was a huge waste of my time, and I didn't. So wonderful.
I take comfort when
Canadian dollars. Damn, I keep interrupting you. Sorry, there's a little bit of a delay.
No,
I
it's
keep
okay.
cutting
There's
you off.
there's a delay. I just want to say that in cases like that where I'm like, okay, I've been bamboozled, I still take comfort in the fact that there's probably people in the audience who benefited from it. So one way or the other, the troll is actually helping people in the audience, so that makes me happy. But anyway, go ahead.
I console myself. I console myself in the same way, for sure. And I choose to believe that that is true. $13.99 Canadian dollars from Maureen O'Hara. Either of you ever experienced anything that gave you pause that something supernatural occurred? Ooh, this is a good question. That something super. Yes, I have. Yes, this has happened to me a few times. And funnily enough, I still don't think that anything supernatural happened, but I can at least recognize that it's a weird situation, right? Like I can be like, what a weird thing. Okay, my first one was when I was. Wait, actually, Eric, you go first.
Oh, I mean, in general, I can't think of anything in recent memory where I looked at that and went, whoa, is this a supernatural in front of me? I haven't done that at all. I know of stories as a kid that I was told by others where I believe the supernatural was at play, but I don't think anything has happened in recent memory. That could potentially change. I mean, that pizza out there that's getting cold on the counter could have some bad mushrooms on them, and I might experience God tonight. Who knows? But no, my answer is I haven't experienced anything as far as I know.
Okay. Well, I'm going to be fast because I don't want your pizza to get too cold. I too, once when I was in middle school, I saw a very, very weird animal in my backyard where our dog was going crazy and my parents we lived out in the middle of nowhere, and there's this big field and this large forest reserve backed up next to the field. And I had a bunch of friends over for a sleepover. And so when our dog went crazy, we had a lot of issues with coyotes. And so we were worried it was a coyote because our dog was very little at the time. And so we went out there to look, and there was this very large bodied animal kind of loping its way across the field. And I remember, this thing looked bizarre. It's the front part of its body was much larger than the back. It had really large forelimbs, no tail, very gnarly looking face. It looked like nothing I'd ever seen before as like a 10 or 12-year-old, however old I was at the time. And I remember thinking I was like, oh my God, it's a cryptid, because I was really into cryptozoology, as most kids that age are. And I was like, I saw a cryptid, that's fucking crazy. But years later, I've since seen pictures of what black bears look like when they have mange. And this is like a dead ringer for that. So now I'm convinced that what I saw was a very rare black bear with mange in the backyard loping because it was approximately the right size, right? And I don't think I saw, we all saw it. All my friends saw it. And so I think it was just a bear with mange, which is still cool and weird, but I don't think it was a cryptid, unfortunately. And the other one is a little bit darker, but I had a loved one in my family pass away. And after they died, I had a dream shortly afterwards that they came to me in my dream and were telling me that they were okay and not to worry about them. I think that's lovely. And I would love to be wrong and have that actually be an experience where my loved one came back to the mortal coil to comfort me. But now I think I was probably comforting myself, if that makes sense. But both of those are experiences that I have heard people who have come on the show give similar encounters and say they were supernatural. So I think that counts as at first glance, would you consider that supernaturally? Sure. 100 Danish kroners? I don't know if that's true. From Adam Helt. Looked up bonobos. Boy, they're frisky. Yeah, it's actually, you have to turn on the safe search with them sometimes, especially if you're live on camera, because sometimes YouTube will flag it as pornographic, let's say, to not get flagged. And for Erika, what's evolution's greatest mystery? Why intelligence rose, but poop jokes never fell out of fashion. Sorry, not sorry. Bonobos for presidents. That's not even a joke. That's not even a pun. It's just a statement, because that is evolution's greatest mystery. Your turn.
I just realized DKK. That was a question about bonobos. DKK stands for Donkey Kong coins. So that's the new that's the new word there.
DK Donkey Kong, my favorite Nintendo character.
Yeah,
shocking.
Donkey Kong coins. Song's awesome. We talked about. Well, they remade remade Country in HD. Have you watched it or played it?
Dude, I love Donkey Kong Country, and I loved I had it on. I had Country 2 on my Game Boy Advance growing up as well. I actually got it for where you got Diddy and Diddy's sister, Dixie. Diddy and Dixie Kong.
Dixie, yeah.
Amazing.
They just remade Donkey Kong Country remastered for the Switch, I think. So if
That's
you're into that,
crazy. I need to play that.
yeah. All right, $5 from Jane Urich. Hell yeah, pajama pants. Yeah, pajama pants.
Go.
I was asked to show mine, but I was like, I don't have a reason to get up right now, so you'll have to give me a reason to get up to show my pajama pants.
We got $5 from Aaron. The only purpose of this is to show off my PFP, displaying my kitten's lack of brain cells, heart, and to support the line, of course. That kitten doesn't have a single neuron bopping around in that little noggin. That cat is so cute. Wow, what a little dork.
Amazing.
Yeah, that kitty is not thinking about anything. No thoughts head empty. Wow.
Oh, maybe that kitten's having a
actually looks like
supernatural
my kitten
experience.
growing up. That
What if that
feel
kitten's
like
having a supernatural experience, right? Yeah.
To see a kitten is to see the face of God. Their little lips. Oh my gosh.
Did you just that's like Egyptian mythology, right? Cat gods and all that.
Bastet? Yeah, I could get on board with Bastet.
Yeah.
Or Sekhmet, the lion goddess.
Yep.
Oh my god. Another kitty in the PFP. This cat looks a little bit smarter though than the last kitten. $5 from Joshua Everett. $5 for the Erika swears. Love you both. You guys wouldn't know this about me. Morgan might know this about me. I have a horrible sailor's mouth. I watch myself a lot when I'm on YouTube because my professional brain is on, in the same way that I don't swear a lot in front of like my professors or my colleagues at work. But I swear like nobody's business. Very, very creative with it too. You wouldn't know that either. Oh, the kitty is in the Discord now.
I just texted my wife telling her to send in the cat, so see if she gets a message. $5 from Joshua Everett. $5 for the Erika swears. Love you both. Wait, we just read that one, didn't we?
We just did that one. Yeah, I'm already dropped the ball. There you go.
All right, cool. Hey, awesome. It's Raven 200, and I know it's going to be a Naruto thing. $10 from the Raven 200. Hey, Eric, what's your favorite clan in Naruto? If Arden's listening and she's going to get on my case by my pronunciation. What's your favorite clan in Naruto? Mine is either the Uzumaki or the Uchiha. By the way, you two, what did the Rinnegan say to the Chidori? You're shocking, but I've got a spin on things. Oh, that's a good one. That's some.
I don't know what any of that means.
All right. So this is deep knowledge and lore, Erika, of an anime called Naruto. So yeah, I'm sorry, I cannot explain it all here. But my favorite clan, the Uzumaki or the Uchiha. Man, the Uchiha is pretty damn cool, I have to say. There's my dog. Where's the cat? She's sleeping? Okay, sorry, my cat's sleeping. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with the Uchiha as well. I think just the lore built around them is just kind of so cool and dark. And it's just in a nutshell, the Uchiha, they have these abilities with their eyes, and their eyes can gain power as they undergo more and more traumatic events in their life until their eyes are like just super crazy powerful. And that leads them to do very evil things, even though the traumatic stuff they went through in their life was due to how deep they felt love for their comrades and families. So it's kind of this ironic, they feel deep love, which eventually pushes them to do very evil things. It's really, really cool. It's like 25 years of nerd crap that we just talked about there. But yeah, no, Uchihas.
No,
on my list there.
I understand that. I there's some anime that I like out there. I just don't. I get overwhelmed. I get overwhelmed by these long running ones that I will never catch up on.
Yeah.
$5 from Urich. I used to play piano by ear. Now I use my hands. I was gonna go for the pun, but Erika started getting mad about it. Are you new here, June? I've been getting mad about this since the dawn of time. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Erika. I interrupted you.
No. I was gonna say, June. I mean, Erika's threatening murder here, so like I think she's at her limit. And I say keep going. Let's see how far we can push her. All right, $5 from GM.
You better be careful.
Yeah. You went like full Matrix mode there for a second. I mean, I can't prove this wrong, but you might have been replaced by an AI there. Like the real Erika might have just been like removed from the stream, and now I'm interacting with an AI version of Erika.
You can't prove that's not
prove it wrong. Yeah, can't prove that's
and I'm on my way to the real me is on my way to your location right now.
She has got her pencil in hand. She's like driving the car. She's got her pencil. She's just waiting.
You should be really scared right now. I'm just,
sharpening it at red lights. Like,
yeah, I've got my little pencil sharpener.
Oh man. Well, you'll have to get past both my corgis, and that's probably pretty easy because they will not do anything to defend me. So you're gonna have an easy time getting here.
Be a sweetheart. They're gonna lick me to death.
Yeah.
And that won't. I would embrace death in that way.
$5 from GM Nico6. Eric just dropped some great egg puns before the first super chat, and Erika thought, omelette, those slide. Puns are funny. No yokes about it.
I didn't even hear them. I tuned them out because I hate them so much. And I have to. The reason these super chats are so brutal is because people are paying to watch me acknowledge their. I'm going to be nicer. They're bad jokes.
I know exactly how that goes. There's times when I'm listening to somebody and then I just tell them, "Hey, yeah, I'm sorry. I saw your mouth moving, but for a moment there, I just heard nothing but like static. It was like radio static. Like repeat that again."
Yeah, that's how it is for me.
I know. Yeah, I think it's just your brain's way of protecting itself. Like it's like a defense mechanism. Yeah.
Puns are, for me, they border on a cognito hazard. So that's sort of like a defense mechanism. $5 from Maud. Someone robbed the local police station and stole all the toilets and urinals. The detectives said there are no clues and they have nothing to go on. Like nothing to pee, nothing to piss or shit on.
Nothing to go on. Yeah, nothing to go on.
Wow, I like it. That's really great.
I like it. I give you 4 poop emojis out of 5.
Here. 0 out of 10.
All right.
1,000.
$5 from President Starscream. What do you get when an animal makes full use of that which it consumes? Solid waste. Hashtag not a pun. Hashtag anti-joke.
I guess it is an anti-joke. It's better. It's better, but it's not in the pure zone. Let's put it that way. $10 from Bobby Keniston. On the last Chew Gum, in response to Arden talking about bonobos and some sex practices, I coined the term bonobone and bonoboned. Like they should just bonobone already. Feel free to use it. Bobby, I need you to hear me when I say this. I will never use that pun. Ever. Thank you for supporting the show. I really appreciate that. And I do like that you were talking about bonobos. So I do like that part. This one's you.
Yeah, $15 Canada money from Wolf Enby. Wolf Enby. Erika, there are furries with cuttlefish personas. I assure you, there are many primate personas. So get a little insight into furry culture there.
That's crazy to pick. That's incredible. But Wolf Enby, I see your PFP. I know what you are. I guess you are an authority on this. I believe you, but I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe I should rephrase it as like popular. It's not a popular choice. Because here's a question. Here's a question for you pedants out there. Could you make a human a fursona in any circumstance? Or could you not? Does it have to be a different species? So, could my dog have a human sona? Would that be something that they could do? This is a very complicated issue, I recognize, but I'm just saying, does it have to be the same species? Or, could you do a fursona that was a Neanderthal? Or is it same genus so it doesn't count? Where's the line, taxonomically speaking, is really what I'm asking. Come on, let's get the brightest minds on this. $4.99 from Sarah Wilson. My partner's cats bully his Roomba. They force it into a corner until it can't move, and then my partner gets a text of the Roomba saying help. That's so sad. That's so sad. I felt so bad. So our Roomba's name is Isopod, and I felt really bad we had to take him apart and wash him from the inside out because he was full of bile. And it was so sad watching him sit there all disassembled. And sometimes he gets stuck on stuff, and he also cries for help. I don't know. I know he doesn't feel pain or anything because he's a little robot, but it still makes me sad for him.
Yeah. They can tell you when they're stuck, but they can't tell you when they've got something caught and they're dragging it all over the floor.
No, and I don't know what that is. I said to my husband it would be so easy to put a moisture sensor or something. So if it runs over water or vomit or diarrhea, it can just turn off.
Yeah.
But
it's just like a resistance detector. Like if it's detecting resistance on movement. Yeah. $5 from Jim Burton. Erika is paranthropist that we keep giving her puns when we know how she feels them. You're hitting really close to home there, Jim Burton. In fact, keep going, because then Erika might come after you for her murder spree rather than me.
I might end up being a serial killer. I haven't heard paranthropist. I haven't heard that one. And that seems like a low-hanging fruit that the rest of you jackals should have gotten already. So credit where credit is due. But I've heard gibbon as in giving a lot. So you lose points for that. And also, I would just like to kill you because of the super chat that you sent in generally. $5 from June Uric. Pork can have parasites, but ham is not cured. But ham is cured. Ham is cured. Pork can have parasites, but ham is cured. Not saved by PFP because it's just my ugly mug. It's literally a mug in your PFP. So, and your mug doesn't have anything on it. That's weird. You know, you don't normally see mugs with nothing on them.
I mean, that's what makes it ugly.
June,
there's nothing on it.
That does make, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I see it more as potential, but unfortunately, this is a cursed super chat because it's not just a pun. It's a pun about Ken Ham, which is like arguably worse than a pun about poop. Wow.
5 pounds. Oh, look at that cat.
That's so cute.
That's cute. I love the asymmetrical face. That's so great.
That's a beautiful kitty.
$5 from Jessica. As I get a free pass for my baby cookie PFP profile photo, I tried to make a poo, but could only squeeze out a P star. I must be missing some vowels. Oh, I love it.
Oh,
I love it.
Sucks. You have to see that. You have to have the visual for that one.
Yeah, and you have to have like a basic understanding of English, which not many people have these days. It's beautiful.
You're really lucky because that cat looks just like my cat. That's a really cute. Oh, and a puppy. It's so cute. $4.99 from Poor Claire. I'm starting to feel like you guys are changing the PFPs before you're sending this in to soften the blow. What is the poop's favorite sport? What is a poop's favorite sport? Bowling. Where does poop go during the summer? The swimming pool. Don't be a party pooper, Erika. You got 3, and it's the same joke 3 times into one super chat. Oh my god, that's just sickening. Ugh. But I did like your dog. Puppy! Live dog.
Got him right here.
Wow. Look at that beauty. What's that pup's name?
This dog's name is Howl. He's a corgi. He's 7 years old. He's my bro. Howl. Yeah. Our dogs are named Howl and Sophie from Howl's Moving Castle. But anyway, Howl has a question to ask you, Erika. Howl has a question to ask you. What do you call a submissive furry? What do you call a submissive furry?
Oh, I don't want... That's the question that I want to answer least in the whole goddamn world, dude. The least I want to answer in the world. What?
Ready? A subwoofer. Bye.
The puppy made it cute. But that's the only reason why... I guess I'll make your death painless. You can have that.
Oh, thank you so much. What else do I have to do? Like, it'll be painless. If you can also like make it so I don't see it coming. I just want to be like at a dinner, like Tony Soprano. I just want to be at dinner with my family. And
you're not there yet. Because you have a lot you're working off after having outed yourself as sending in super chats in the past just to piss me off. So you have you're really in the red still. You're not in the black, my friend.
Okay.
This one's for you because it's Andor related.
Oh, okay, cool. $5 from Frey Jimmy. Andor season 2 ends at the start of the movie Rogue One. Yes, it does. Which that was such a weird thing because I don't know if you've seen Rogue One, Erika.
I saw Rogue One.
But okay, you saw Rogue One. So you know what happens at the end of the movie. I'm not trying to spoil it for anybody, but we know how that movie ends. So there was a lot of questions when season 1 dropped 2 or 3 years ago. Like these characters have had their story told in Rogue One. Why do we need a prequel on some of these guys? And at first, that was kind of like the air around the attitude around the show. But as the show progressed in season 1, and we saw how absolutely well written it was, how tight telling it was, the topics involved, and the music, and how good that was. And now season 2 just dropped and finished, and how they just took what the good things that season 1 did and just took it to the next level, like this boom, like masterpiece level TV. It's so great, and it goes flawlessly, like flows effortlessly into Rogue One, which is great, and Rogue One flows effortlessly into Star Wars Episode 4, which is great. So we have this nice contiguous piece of Star Wars lore,
Of good Star Wars, yeah.
like of good Star Wars. Yeah, you can if you got like, what is it? I would say probably 20 hours. You want to like have a marathon, you could potentially watch the entire thing beginning to end, and it's amazing storytelling. Absolutely go watch it.
I just watch it all the way till Palpatine returns, and then I just walk into traffic.
Yeah, exactly. You can skip all that. I'm gonna make a call. I think one day Disney will say, "Hey, you know what? These sequels are not canon anymore." I think they're gonna maybe hit the reset button because it's such a mess.
Me.
But yeah, it'll happen. We'll see. I guess this one's for me. Canada dollars 5 from Wolf NB. Eric, what episode of DS9 do you mean that's the most emotional? It's the one with Tony Todd. Let's see here. Tony Todd. Forget the episode name. So Tony Todd is playing a future Jake Sisko, and this is a future Jake Sisko. He's older. He's nearing the end of his life. And in this timeline, his dad, the main character, Benjamin Sisko, died in an accident. So showing this timeline that Jake lived where his beloved father had died and what that did to him. And what's the episode called? DS9. I guess it's called Old. It'll take me a moment to find. So let's just move on to the next one, and then Wolf, I will call it out here once I find it. I found it. Wolf, I'm calling. I found it. It's called The Visitor. It's a Star Trek. What season was this? It also doesn't say. But yeah, it's called The Visitor. Amazing piece of acting from Tony Todd. Very emotional, very well written. And it just kind of shows the course a life can take if one of your loved ones is suddenly ripped out of it. Yeah, amazing. I would absolutely go watch it. And you know what? Honestly, you don't even know Star Wars lore or Star Trek lore to even enjoy it. Anybody could probably just jump into that episode and just know that, hey, this father and son, they are tight-knit. They are each other's worlds. And when one of them is removed, what happens to the other person? Go watch it after the stream.
I recommend it. I already like it because Tony Todd's involved, because that guy rocks.
Yep.
$4.99 from Julu Penguins. Erika, consider this super chat a beneficial mutation, your support genome, evolving your content to new heights. Oh, you guys have no idea. I'm so excited. I've got so much stuff that I'm excited to show everybody on my channel content-wise that I've been working on for a long time, but I want it to be perfect before I get it out there. So, thank you for this, Julu Penguins.
Okay, we have $5 from Soupy Dude. I saw recently that wild orangutans have communication with layered complexity, not too dissimilar to humans. Another L for human exceptionalists.
Dude, human exceptionalists are taking L's straight up every week. Every week, new papers come out, and it's like, Asian elephants bury their dead. Like, they dig holes and put their dead in them and then put dirt on top of the holes and then avoid those spots, right? You've got bonobos using non-trivial syntax and trivial syntax in their communication. And you've got orangutans having more complex more layered complexities to their communication styles than previously appreciated. Like, everything that humans do. And I've been saying this for years here and elsewhere because I stole this from Robert Sapolsky, but everything that humans do is just an advanced version of what something else is doing. Nothing we do is categorically unique. And to be fair, Sapolsky got that from Darwin. Darwin was saying that many, 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 many years ago. 666 with a adorable kitty that is a robust kitty. That kitty is wide. That is so cute. I'm sorry, I'm late. Sorry, 9:15 CST. Bro got married. I'll watch later. Oh, congrats to the bro, dude. Erika, I plan to be punny, so I even changed my photo to my cat for you, but no pun. Well, you have one in the bank because that is a cute little kitty, and I like that your cat's paws are crossed. And that is, like I said, that is a cobby little cat with those big. I love cats that have those huge faces.
Yeah,
they're so cute.
yeah,
They're usually rescues.
very, very regal. Like when they get that mane and they're just kind of there and they're fat and they just own the place. Yeah,
I love that.
Great stuff. $5 from Rolling Back. Sorry, it was not a pun. I was serious. Saw the stream.
Ooh.
Not chicken. Supposed to be chicks. They named them rockroni, a new species. Question mark, question mark. So yeah,
Rockroni.
So two penguin species interbred, and supposedly a new species has emerged.
We should have just looked that up. I feel like I could have just looked that up. Is it a new species, right? Because this is another L that is being taken by biological species concept proponents, because species are not real biological entities, folks. We have these two separate unique species that are clearly and genetically unique and have their own evolutionary fates, and then they just produce a viable offspring. What do you do when that happens? But that's exactly what we would expect. Species should not be real biological entities if evolution is operating the way that it should, because all life bleeds into each other like a big gradient. So I concur. Look at these. Oh my God. Kitty snuggling a pup. 20 Canadian dollars from Ayala. Ursus, one of the nicest perks of following the line is becoming aware of Erika's content. Her videos are perfect for binging. Ayala, thank you. Or Isla Ursus. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you to say. My content is good for binging because there's too much of it and it's too long. But thank you.
All right, we got $9.99 from Balthazar228. The biggest evolution mystery is how puns and the enjoyment of puns evolved. I'm so hyped for Donkey Kong Bonanza. In July. The first 3D Donkey Kong in over 25 years. That's pretty cool. That's the first I've heard of that.
I'm so torn on Donkey Kong Bonanza because it's a 3D Donkey Kong game that's going to rock my socks off. I know it's going to be amazing, but I also hate that Nintendo's charging $80 for it. And also, it's not, if you buy the physical media, it's not even in the physical media anymore. You're buying a code. So if you have the chip and you put it into your Switch 2, and I don't have a Switch 2, obviously, because I didn't pre-order one and they're obviously not out yet, but it's like, if you put that in your Switch 2 and try to play it with no internet access, you can't. It's insane.
Yeah.
Unconscionable from Nintendo.
That saddens me because like all this back here, this is all physical video game media. Like the only games I buy in digital form are off of Steam because just the convenience. When it comes to consoles, I want a physical copy because I don't want one day that contractor of the company to say, "Oh, you don't have access to this product anymore." Like, no, I want that in my hand forever, and I better have it.
Yeah.
I
don't trust them to not do that too. Like, I don't believe that that is coming someday.
Yeah. There's a video. There's a company. What do they call retro games or something like that? I can't remember. I'll have to look it up. But they will actually, if a digital only game becomes popular enough, they will actually self-publish that game on an actual cart for you to use in a system. They did it with Knights of the Old Republic, and they've done it with a few other really well-known franchises as well. I would imagine that if, let's say, one day all the console companies were like, nope, no more cartridges or CDs or anything, we're going full digital. I imagine the market for a company like Retro Games is going to skyrocket. Like, you want a physical copy? Tell us what game you want. We'll put it onto a cart for you and give it to you. I think that would be probably pretty cool.
Obviously, I'm against crime of any form, but hypothetically speaking, if there is no way to buy a physical piece of media, and if there's no way to stream pieces of media as well, there are ethical considerations for other routes of finding that media that I think everybody out there should take into consideration.
Yeah. And it's not retro game. I'm sorry. It's called limited run games. They do this legitimately. Like, they have permission from the publishers and everything of the games to do this. But limited run games, you can go to their website and you can buy certain digital only games in cartridge form. I have a copy of Knights of the Old Republic back there for the Switch that basically fills that.
I love that.
Suppose this is mine. Another Raven 200. Yeah. I saw this earlier. It's probably because I didn't explain the pun in Raven's previous super chat. $5 from the Raven 200. The Chidori is an electric attack in Naruto. The Rasengan is a ball of energy. My nerd joke has been explained. I also love the Nara clan. Nara clan's pretty cool, yeah. Anyway, I don't remember the exact pun that you dropped earlier, but yes. So the two main, they're both. Well, Naruto's the protagonist. I guess you can call Sasuke the antagonist near the end there, but they're definitely the rivals. They're basically at odds with each other, and they fight quite a lot. Naruto's main ability is called the Rasengan, which is just this ball of swirling wind energy he can like form in his hand, and like it's kind of like a size of a melon, and he runs it into things. Sasuke has a similar ability except with lightning. And at several times during their conflict, they will use these moves on each other and do really cool effects. It's kind of like Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker clashing lightsabers. Like, there are two signature abilities hitting each other and exploding and doing all some neat stuff.
It's a cool effect. That makes sense.
Yeah, really cool stuff. Yeah. So yeah, that was part of that pun earlier about spinning and the ball and stuff like that.
How elucidating. I'm so glad that I did cool lore for a nefarious purpose.
The joke has been thoroughly overexplained and is now completely bereft of any humor. We can move on now. Yeah, we're good.
Oh, don't worry. That wasn't the process that had to occur on my end. $5 from Maud. Sorry, Erika, I hate seeing you in such a shitty mood. Me too, Maud. I also hate seeing you so comfortable posting these on main. You should be more fearful.
All right, another $5 Canadian from Wolf NB. Erika, there are some furry artists who have played with the furry world where there are furries with human sonas.
That's insane. Kind of like a reversal. I honestly, the devil works hard, but the furries work harder. I've never met a more enterprising group of fans. These people do. Sorry, they're people, but I'm trying to, these critters, I'm trying to include their personas in this wonderful animal kingdom. Let's try that. I don't know. Are there plant sonas? Are there fungus sonas? Wolf NB will know the answer to this. Well, you guys are an enterprising group. That's all I was trying to say. 50 Danish kroner, Donkey Kong coins from Adam Held.
Yes.
Now I'm convinced Erika is the persona of a gibbon. Personal question, did you choose a gibbon because they're closest to you in size? Two problems with this. One, it's just a mascot. But two, no, because gibbons are actually quite small, and I myself am 11 stories tall. So it's actually quite a big difference ape-wise, hominoid-wise. No, I picked a gibbon because I think they rock. I think they're the cutest and best of all of the animals. I think they're awesome. And I love that they sing. And I love that they live in little pairs, and that they're so fluffy that you just want to grab them and give them a giant kiss right on their head. I love a gibbon.
So you said you're 11 stories tall?
Yes, I'm quite.
Would that make you
very imposing?
Would that make you absolutely massive?
Oh my god, it's such a reach. It's so bad. It's just such a reach.
$5 from the Raven 200. So hey, Eric, what is my guy's favorite type of music? Rock, Lee, and roll. Someone should put Erika in an infinite Tsukiyomi of nothing but puns. XD. Okay, so Raven, yeah, my guy's favorite type of music would be rock, Lee, and roll. Those are the two characters' names in the show. But here's the thing: I'm going to nitpick you here a little bit. Raven 200. The infinite Tsukiyomi is a mental illusion that you trap a person inside of where all their dreams come true. So in an infinite Tsukiyomi, Erika's ultimate dream come true would be a world without puns, and that's what she would experience. What you want is just a regular Tsukiyomi cast by like Itachi, because that's a genjutsu. That's a mental illusion designed to inflict as much pain as possible to the victim. So we want to put Erika into a Tsukiyomi, not an infinite Tsukiyomi, because they do opposite things. Just FYI.
I'm gonna put all of you in the grave. Is where I'm gonna put you. $10 from Random Electronics.
Damn, she's careful, folks. She's expanding her kill list. Her kill list is exponentially growing to all of us.
None of us are safe. No one's safe. And and I can replay these in case I miss anybody in the chat who's casually bopping these off. $10 from Random Electronic 2.0. Great show. Won't bother with a poop joke. I'm shit at them. Random Electronic 2.0. Would you believe me if I told you I've heard that one 1,000 billion million times just on this show? Because I have.
You raise a good point too. Like your shit list is right in itself because it's just, am I going the right way? It's just, you just replay the video and boom, there's the next person on the shit list.
They're all right there for me. They just like
that's
shooting fish in a barrel.
Yeah, that's really convenient. Okay. $5 from Tim Davini. Erika, as an expert Erika, as an expert period. Your field, would you agree that Mickey Dolenz was the worst monkey? ?
I think so. I'm always, whenever I hear about the monkeys, I'm always reminded of that scene in The Simpsons where Marge gets told on the school bus that they don't even write their own songs, and she cries because she can't believe that could possibly be true. But yes, I think it's a fair statement. I like the monkeys. I think they're fun.
You like the gorillas too, judging that poster.
I love gorillas.
Yeah, I actually saw them in concert a couple years ago here in Seattle. So it's quite the experience.
Oh my god. I saw them years ago and it was amazing. But I wanted the one where they had the big holograms because I knew they did big holograms at one point. But it was still great to see Damon, or to hear Damon, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. $5 from $5 from the Raven 200. No, I meant Infinite Tsukiyomi. We all know that Erika secretly loves puns. You might be right.
This is a big conspiracy. This is a conspiracy theory amongst them. I don't know. I think they do it because they have to find some. This is a classic human psychological trick. They have to make it okay for them to do such heinous things, and so they rationalize it by being like, "No, she actually just likes them. It's absolutely fine." It's not, and this is coming for you.
Ooh, wow!
Kind of hurt. I think I did.
I don't know. I think when we called you out on that tomato pun a little earlier, I think you let the mask slip just slightly there.
That was not even a pun. That was not saying the word diced, and tomatoes aren't the only thing you can dice. It would have to be relevant explicitly to tomatoes. It had to be a 1-to-1. That was the biggest reach. Anyways, okay, let me tell you guys what's coming for you other than death. What is coming next? We have, I'm going to pull up this big thing here. Today is, what is today? Monday. And it's me and Eric and Morgan. And then Stephanie is our lovely screener. And tomorrow is Chewed Gum with Alyssa. Morgan is also producing, but we don't know who's going to be here with Alyssa yet. So
probably going to be Arden.
It's going to be Arden. Okay, Arden and Alyssa tomorrow on Chewed Gum. Then we got on the Hang Up, Matt Dillahunty and guest. Also don't know who's going to be doing that. Then we got the Translated Colin show on Thursday with Ben and Josie Caballero and Jess. And Arden is producing. And then the Sunday show is on Sunday with Seth Andrews and Austin Archer with Stephanie screening. And I don't know who's producing. So if you guys like this show,
Sunday.
And by the show, I mean...
We haven't posted the new schedule yet.
Oh, okay. Wait, say that again.
That was last Sunday.
What the heck?
Yeah, they do a weird thing with the schedule where the very last item and they're actually the first Sunday, so that last cell is...
I did this last time too. Okay, well, disregard the last one then. Someone's doing the Sunday show though, and then someone's doing Sunday show after dark, and I don't know who's going to be doing it, but I know it's going to happen, and if you like this kind of thing, it's going to be great. So you should make sure you're here, and what's the usual thing that we do? You got to like, comment, and subscribe. People hate when we bring that up, but what's annoying about that is that, and I know this as a YouTuber, people do like, comment, and subscribe when you ask them to. So please, if you like this kind of content, and if you want to pay some form of penance and get a painless death if you super chatted a pun, please make sure you're doing that. Do I have anything else? I don't think I do. Thanks so much. I had a blast tonight. It was fun hanging out with Eric, and we'll see you next time.
Absolutely. I'm going to take some time now and go Gibson-proof my house because I got a feeling that an attack is incoming. I need to prepare. Thank you, folks.
He doesn't know how large I am.
Love you all.
He doesn't know how I'll stomp the house with one of my large teeth.
Yeah.
And grind it into a fine paste. What is it? What's the word I'm looking for? No respite. Ever. Damn it. It's supposed to fade out.